Welcome to day 3 of the Rainbow Six Siege North American Major. One best-of-5 match between Dark Zero versus TSM. The grand finals. Are you ready? I'm Jackie Jing. I'm with Veli and Jesse. Gentlemen, I ain't even gonna lie, I'm shaking a little bit right now. I am just so excited for this match to get underway. Today's very special though. This is not your normal finals format. This is a best of 5. Jesse, we are up in the ante today.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a really fun best of 5 series. There's a lot going on. There is a map advantage, so keep that in mind. Dark Zero coming from the winner's side, they have that edge. Really important to note that. They will have a small advantage coming to the best of 5 series. The most maps we can play is just 4. So they got that going for them. There is infinite overtime, so be excited for that. Some of the best matches in Siege history have come because of infinite overtime. So if we get a really close map, we could see a long game. But those are the best ones, right?
Yeah, and Veli acting cool and composed now. Right before this started, he was like, whoo, I am ready for this. I am
I'm ready, baby. I'm trying to maintain myself, Jackie. You know what? This is special because coming into this, we all thought Oxygen had a chance of being in the finals. We all expected Space Station to be there, but no. Dark Zero came to reclaim the throne, but the only team that's standing there waiting to stop him, it's going to be TSM. This is going to be a battle of the heavyweights. I cannot wait.
Yeah, this has been an absolutely insane major. Dark Zero versus TSM today. DZ beat them yesterday. It's rematch time. It is grand finals time, everyone. We want to get to all the action, but really quick, we have a quick word from our sponsors. Take a listen.
You should know better than to write me off. Consider this a teaching moment.
Hey folks, Jess Brohart here, and I just wanted to give you a little bit of a recap of what went down yesterday at the Major. First up, we saw TSM play Dark Zero in the upper bracket final, with the analyst desk unanimously agreeing that TSM would probably take the series. However, they watched in awe as Dark Zero's round count grew steadily higher, culminating in a map 1 victory for them. Now this is especially noteworthy as the map was Consulate, and this is the first time TSM had lost on Consulate since the Six Invitational in Montreal. After Dark Zero's 7-4 map win on Consulate, they bowled over TSM in map 2 with a 7-1 victory on Clubhouse, ensuring their spot in the grand finals and sending TSM down to the lower bracket. Next up, we saw the lower bracket final, featuring world champions Space Station Gaming playing against TSM again, fresh off that shocking defeat. SSG took a 7-4 on their map pick Theme Park, but TSM quickly answered back with a 7-4 victory on their map pick Villa, and a map 3 Coastline decided via another 7-4 that TSM would live to fight another day. That other day being today, Championship Sunday for the grand finals, where of course we're going to see TSM and Dark Zero facing off once again. Very, very exciting stuff. Let's take a look at the prize money up for grabs here. Of course, it was a $125,000 prize pool to start off with, and Oxygen have already taken $12,500 of that. SSG in third place took home $18,750, and of course, the first and second place prizes are yet to be determined. We know it's going to be TSM, we know it's going to be Dark Zero, we just don't know specifically how much cash each team is getting. Next, let's look at the bracket so we can paint a picture of a little bit of the story of how we got here. As you can see, Dark Zero had a relatively easy run of things, sailing through the bracket, continuously remaining in the upper bracket, while TSM struggled the first time they met Dark Zero. Now, here we are in the grand finals. TSM versus Dark Zero will be a best of 5. I am so excited to see what's going to happen. But to give you a little bit more of an idea of the action you're going to see today, let's toss it over to the analyst desk.
Jess, thank you so much for that informative breakdown. We absolutely love Jess. She's looking stunning in that blue sparkly dress. Jesse and I matching. Veli, I mean, that tie is fly, so I'm okay that we're not matching. You look great, my friend. But okay, so this is the grand finals. We gotta make things a little bit special. So we're giving Veli this really cool segment. We're calling it Coach's Corner, and I'm really excited about this. You'll be talking to Pojo Man NBC. Pojo Man better be eating a banana. It's early in the morning. Like, if he's not, I'm going to be disappointed. That's all I'm saying. So,
Right.
But talk to us about what's going to happen. I know you've been like curating some questions and everything, right?
Oh yeah, I've been looking at questions, and the base of my questions has to do with basically both of the teams' journey. Now, it's been a long time coming for both of these teams, especially TSM. Dark Zero, they're looking to regain being the best in the Naves, so I'm going to get it from their point of view, okay? Why do they think they belong at the top again, and what helped them along the way to even get to the finals? It's going to be an amazing story to tell, and I can't wait to hear the answers.
So how is this going to go down, Jesse? I mean, like, these are two very different personalities. Like, I cannot wait to see them together.
Yeah, I don't know if we've had a lot of BC interviews, so I think that's going to be a really fun one to watch. Obviously, you know, he's, I think he's a bit quiet of a person, but certainly well loved in the community quite a bit. Pojo Man as well, you know, he's had his silly moments, but he is definitely one of the most loved coaches and personalities inside of Rainbow Six. So, you know, these are the coaches that have watched their teams go through all of the season. They've watched their teams for, you know, seasons past too, even going back years and years for some of these guys. So this is going to be really fun to hear from these coaches and just learn learn what it's like, because being a coach, it's much different from being a player. You get all the stress, but you can't really do anything about it. When it comes to game day, your hands are off, and it's really up to the players. So it can be stressful to be a coach.
Yeah, serious versus silly. I'm very interested to hear their perspectives on everything. And Veli, I believe that they're on deck, so take it away, sir. You're going to ask the hard-hitting questions. I can't wait for this. Here we go.
All right, bring the boys up. Pojo, man, BC, both you guys there, right?
Yes, sir.
Pojo looks so serious right now. Oh, you guys here, you spoke synchronized. How's it going? It's good to see the both of you. It's my first time talking to you, BC. Nice to see you. And Pojo, how's it going? Now, first question's for you, the TSM coach. Now, Pojo, you took a step back as a player, right? We all love the work that you put in. We missed the infamous LOLs, and you've done a lot for TSM. You won the championship with them at the DreamHack Minor, but now you're trying to do the same here in the US division for our first major. What type of work are you putting behind the scenes to make sure that this team gets another trophy?
A lot of the main work is just focusing on ourselves, making sure that we're playing the best we can. So whether that's strats, like mentality going into it. Obviously, like, we're looking at other teams, but it's mainly making sure that we can do what we know we're capable of.
All right, now BC, my man, it's been a long journey for DZ ever since you all fell from the top spot, right? You were a player on this team, and now you're on the coaching staff as well. Both of you pretty much have the same story, but your team has gone through some bumps in the road. Defensively, you guys haven't been half as good as we know that you should be. What were the problems, and how did you overcome that? Because that issue that you had before this weekend doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah, the main issue has been consistency. I think we've always demonstrated what our peak is and what our potential is. We've just failed to be as consistent as some of these other teams. That's all it was. We shifted a lot of things around. I know Sky's talked yesterday in some interviews about some role changes, basically getting our shot callers more involved, both on defense and attack. And it's all about bringing our low days up, because we know when we're playing at our best, we can hang and beat the rest of these teams.
All right, now BC, back to you, man. Now, if somebody told me a week ago that Dark Zero were going to be in the finals, the questions I would be asking is, how crazy has Hyper been? Even in interviews, players were saying if you kill Hyper, you beat Dark Zero, but that hasn't been the case. Hein Code has been phenomenal, and Eclipse has been amazing. Now, speaking about consistency, why are they showing up now, and how do you think they're going to be against TSM?
Well, I guess one thing to consider from your guys' perspective is that for every game you watch, we play like 20 in the background. And Eclipse and Hot and Cold show up all the time in practice and stuff like that. We've just, like I said, we have failed to show up game day. It could be nerves. It could be a number of factors. We've addressed a lot of stuff. And I think right now the guys are starting to see promise in the work we put in. And that has just kind of helped catapult each player individually to perform.
It's actually some really good insight. You're right about that. Us on the desk, us at home, we only see not even half of what you all know about your team and what you're capable of, right? But Pojo, DZ gave you guys that work last time, plus more. Bolo struggled. Chala didn't do as well. And also, Gio, he couldn't catch a break as a hard breacher. Why did those problems happen? And convince me and the rest of the viewers out there why it won't happen again in this finals game.
I think it was a combination of, I think DZ was playing really well yesterday, and I think we were playing really poorly. Like, we just weren't even awake at that point, I think. So I think it was just a disgusting combination of the two. So I know we'll definitely put on a way better of a fight today. So.
Okay, now this is my final question for both of you. BC, I'm going to start with you first. Enough with the political talk, because we're going to wrap this up. Are you beating TSM? And what's going to be the main reason why Dark Zero wins?
Yeah, I think we're super confident in our map pool, especially the way the bands played out.
Okay.
Our game plan is mainly focusing on us, first off. We don't really care too much what TSM brings to the table. We know that if we show up, then we pull rounds in, and that's what it's all about. It's going to be a slugfest. It's just one round at a time.
All right, and very last question. Pojo, this for you, man. We've been waiting to see TSM at the top for a while now. This is your chance. what's this finals game going to look like, and who's going to step up the most on your team?
I think we're all gonna step up. That's what we always try to do. I mean, we've seen Geode, like he was on the hard breach yesterday getting slaughtered, but I don't think that's gonna happen today. So you'll see a lot more from him.
All right, well, BC, Pojo, I want to thank you both for taking time out of your busy days to join this interview. I wish both of your teams the best of luck, and I'll see you all next time. And I'll see the winner after the final game. You all take it easy.
Thanks, Felly.
Thanks, Felly.
All right, let's take it back to Jackie. Let's go back to
That
the
was
desk.
so fun. I absolutely love hearing their insight.
so serious.
Yeah, they were both very serious. I mean, a lot
It's a
on the
big
line
day.
today.
Game
A
day.
lot on the line today. But to hear BC talking about. We see them practice all the time, and it's a different team than y'all see in the games. You know, that was a really interesting perspective. And
Same with E United, though, to be fair, Jackie.
okay, true. But I liked hearing that perspective. But BC said it best. It's going to be a slugfest. Really excited about that. But let's start breaking down these teams, gentlemen. And we will start with Dark Zero, who is fire, who is fuego right now. They are just burning through teams in this major. They beat TSM yesterday in 2, and we just heard Poja Man say that it could have possibly been a combination of Dark Zero playing out of their minds and TSM just not being awake, apparently. Hopefully they are awake today. But Dark Zero, Jesse, we've been talking about this a lot. The evolution of this team. We saw TSM in the video yesterday. They were saying, shut down Hyper, you're good, shut down Hyper, you're fine. That cannot be the game plan today. This is a different Dark Zero than we have ever seen, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, life as a Dark Zero fan is exciting, if nothing else. This whole season has been a roller coaster for them. They started off in Stage 1, dominating Group B, including a winner's match against TSM. They won that. They secured the top spot in Group B. Then they went on to Phase 2, and they totally tanked off everything. They really didn't play very well in the second phase at all. They had some role swaps. Phase 1 was a lot of Hyper. It was really him stealing the show. TSM were maybe taking a bit to get going then as well. But when Group B came around and they had all the top teams to play against, it just wasn't enough. And that one player playstyle wasn't showing up, and they ended up losing every single game. Winning out in the first phase, losing out in the second phase, that sent them directly into the North American qualifier. Their last game lost to TSM, so that rematch in the second game went for TSM. They go to the qualifier, and that was one of the craziest series we ever saw in the qualifier grand finals against the Sonics. 3 maps, every single one goes down to the wire. In the end, though, Dark Zero do edge it out. So they won it there, and again, we saw some new players stepping up. Skies had a really big performance in the North American qualifiers. So you're starting to see the evolution of Dark Zero. Then they get a break. There's a couple of weeks between the qualifier and the major. They show up here, and they came through the qualifier. They are going to be the underdogs. They're against the world champions, and they beat them. Space Station Gaming out in the first round. And again in the second round, they play TSM in the winners finals. They beat them as well. It's a clobbering fest. And we're seeing every single player step up for Dark Zero. You're seeing Hot and Cold, you're seeing Eclipse. It's a whole team effort. And that's really going to be the big difference between Dark Zero at the start of the season and Dark Zero now. And so it's great to see this team finally coming into this and winning things out. I will say, as BC mentioned, consistency has been a problem for them, and that's what we got. A peek of during the regular season. So they're going to need to win this out, I think, as quickly as they can in this best of 5 series. If we go all 4 maps, if we go to the very bitter ends, and they start like getting low on that juice, they have to relate back to that just raw talent and messy fights against TSM. I don't think it's going to work out for them. I really want to see Dark Zero win this in as short a map as possible, win it in 2, win it in 3, and have an early night if they want to get this trophy.
Yeah, Veli, Dark Zero's development has just been so fascinating. I want to hear your perspective on what has really stuck out to you about it.
I love their evolution of gameplay. So Dark Zero, they were extremely structured, and they still are, but with a little bit of a twist of remix, as you say. So Dark Zero, their biggest weakness was just the unknown. They didn't know how to react to it, and it also helped out that they picked up 2 players which helped them combat that weakness in Eclipse and also Skies. 2 players that can get really loose and can create chaos on their own. Now the Dark Zero that we see is a culmination of all that experience and progress and all those little miniature success stories coming together to create one of the best teams in all of NA.
Okay, let's talk about TSM now. And Veli, the chat says it all the time. You hate them. You hate TSM. That's your thing.
If they wouldn't
I'm
believe that, that's
kidding.
okay.
No, he doesn't hate TSM. Come on. For all of you,
I hate 'em.
No, for all of you sitting at home, real talk. I asked Veli privately if he thought TSM has what it takes to go all the way to win the grand finals, and your answer actually really surprised me. So I'm putting you on the hot spot. Okay, is TSM
Okay.
taking this or not?
Prediction? This is a prediction?
I mean, tell me why you think TSM is such a strong
Okay.
team. Your breakdown to me yesterday when we were just chatting casually, like I was like, okay, I want him to say this to everybody.
So a lot of people look at these teams, the top teams, and say, okay, they have something that championship teams have. G2 has dominance. Space Station, they just have just the perfect roster. Like, they know how to overcome and adapt and win. So when you look at championship caliber teams, they'll have that thing about them, that oomph. TSM, they have their own identity that is so special to the scene.
Yes.
Ever since TSM came in, signed Accelerate, picked up Bolo and Merc, it seemed like this puzzle that they were trying to put together, they were missing just that one piece. They had all the pieces in the world, but by removing Pojo, putting him in as a coach, the brains of the team, bringing in Chala, this team has been remarkable. Every single player on this team can pop off at any single moment. Whenever we show off the players to watch the X Factors, it's so hard to choose everybody because we have to pick just one. We talk about Bolo a lot, but still, Merc can win the game on his own. You have Achieve that does his thing. Geo was one of my favorites possibly. Chala is the clutch god. There's so many things about TSM that's working right at the moment. Last time they held up a trophy was in Montreal, and today could be that day as well.
Yeah. And Jackie, there's an interview that sticks out in my mind from way early on in the season with Achieved, and he said in a direct quote, "We have the best players in the world," and that really is TSM in a nutshell. You can't put there's nobody to compare
Hard
to
to
Bolo
argue.
or to Merc. I mean, they really do believe that, and they've got a strong argument for why they have the best players in the world. I think these guys step up, and it doesn't matter who they're going against. TSM have a real shot to win any match.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, you know, Veli just brought this up. I feel like Dark Zero, they've had an emotional journey. Like, we've just seen them, like, kind of reaching the pinnacle right now. And SSG is just SSG. They're just dominant and just crazy good. And OXG has those extremely flashy plays that are just jaw-dropping. For TSM, what is the edge? You know, we definitely Bolo, right? But, like, what makes them special then, Veli?
I think that on paper, you line them up against any team in the world, not just an A, but the entire planet that we live on. And shot for shot, they can beat out any roster out there. That's what makes them deadly. Like I said, even when Bolo has a bad day, you have four of the players that can step right in and take that role and just dominate the lobby.
Yeah, and I think that, like, keep in mind, we're in a best of 5. Tonight's gonna go long. Like, this could be a really grueling series. We've had long days before in this tournament, but when you're against one team constantly, time and time again, 4 maps in a row, things get really, really messy. And if, like, TSM can thrive in that messiness, they really do have a good shot to win this. I think if they can start beating down Dark Zero mentally, it's okay. Just keep up the gunplay in those first couple of maps. They might find it getting easier as the night goes on. And if they can just stay sharp, stay awake, you know, get all that caffeine in that they can, and they can absolutely win this.
So,
I'm gonna make this quick,
No,
but
yeah.
TSM's edge is, in a best of 5, if your star player gets tired, who's gonna step up? Everyone.
So,
And that's their edge, yeah.
I want to bring it back to Dark Zero. We have just been completely shocked by how they have turned up in the major. But can they keep it going? TSM lost to them. A lot of people say you learn more from a loss. Do you think TSM has figured them out? Like, do you think that they know what to do today? Or do you think DZ's going to just keep on killing it? Jesse, I'm going to throw that one to you.
I think the map bans are going to be quite telling. I think, like, you go to that interview that Veli just had with Pojo Man, and they talk about how they were tired, and hey, they're gamers. It's early mornings for this major, right? So there is some validity to that statement. It was an early game. They didn't play well. Really possible that they were just not in it mentally. Obviously, you know, that's it is an excuse. I mean, it is what it is. But hopefully they bring it back, and I think that they should be more rested today. They've now gotten up early 2 days in a row. This will be the third day. So I think they should do a little bit better in that. In terms of like breaking down those maps beforehand and really going over those, again, I'm sure the support staff have been busy on that. Pocho Man seemed kind of tired in that interview. Wouldn't surprise me if he was up all night watching those VODs like over and over and over again, right? So yeah, I mean, we always talk about Dark Zero in their prep work, but that's not to take away from other teams' prep. Absolutely, TSM have been focusing on that, and they should be looking better than they did yesterday against Dark Zero.
All right. Well, gentlemen, we have been closely monitoring some players throughout NA Major, and we've been switching it up. Today, our players to watch are Eclipse and Bolo. So, Veli, Bolo, just sound off here.
So, Bolo has been a player that we've closely kept our eye on. He's given us some of the best performances so far, not just minors and majors, but also this weekend as well. He had an explosive map day one. But the thing is, Bolo, he hasn't been as hot as lately. I mean, as hot as he used to be as of late, where he has struggled recently. But you know what? Bolo always comes back to perform. He was able to knock out the World Champs with an ace. He beat Space Station Gaming in the very last round with an ace. That's an exclamation point. He's a superstar, and this is the scariest player in this lobby, in my opinion.
True.
I expect Bolo to have the game of his life.
And I like seeing Eclipse on here. Sorry, I mean, I love Hyper too, but I mean, like, I would not have thought that y'all would be picking him probably a couple weeks ago. But yeah, Jesse, tell me why Eclipse is up here.
I think Eclipse is okay. Eclipse is up here because he was the best player when they played against TSM yesterday, right? And Eclipse really did step it up. That's probably the best game that he's had individually across the season. So it was really big to see from a player like him. Obviously, like a really quiet guy. You know, he's not good in interviews, or at least he doesn't like to do the interviews. Dark Zero had their documentary series, and he's always hiding from the camera, but. Man, Eclipse really steps it up when he gets into the server, and I really was impressed by how he played against Bolo, particularly in like the very end of that matchup when they got to Clubhouse, rounds 5, round 6, round 7. He had some really high impact plays. He was getting a lot of those kills. So if he can manage to win it when TSM are once again like in that poor mental state and finish the job, he's going to be a really high impact player again for DZ.
Okay, gentlemen, this just came into the studio. We are in the map vetoes process. So tell me what you think is going to come down here. What do you think they're going to be doing? Picking, banning, break it down.
Yeah. It's going to be really hard. I'm going to let you go, Jesse, but I just want to say I was taking a look at Dark Zero's stats on these maps. There's only one map Dark Zero hasn't been too good at. Every other map, they either half and half or 100%. I believe it's Clubhouse, and I forgot the other one. Maybe Theme Park, I have to look it up, is in my notes.
Theme Park's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, Dark Zero has a really deep map pool, so TSM, especially their last matchup, they better come out swinging with maps. Like, that's how you win the first part of war. You gotta win this battle.
Yeah, like TSM are already in the best of 5 series, a map down, and there are picks before it's ban. So it's pick, ban, pick, and we see here TSM are gonna have to survive through Cafe. An interesting first pick from Dark Zero, and actually Clubhouse gets all the way until the ban phase for TSM. That's a shocker. Vel, you talked about Clubhouse, and this is one where we saw it yesterday, 7-1 for Dark Zero. This was a slam, and they choose to let it go through. So that's interesting to me that Dark Zero choose to go Cafe. Cafe's been a good one for them as well. I don't think it's a bad pick. So that'll be fun. Cafe's one they haven't played a lot. They played well the couple times they played it against Space Station, but they haven't played Cafe very much. Oregon has been TSM's best map pick. It got in as the decider. We didn't get to see it, but it was the decider in the previous best of 3 series. So Dark Zero have already like shown they're not afraid of it. So that's good for Dark Zero, but it's still a very scary map. And then yeah, you keep on going. Consulate, pretty good for Dark Zero. I would favor them in that one. Villa as well.
7-4 last time.
Yep, they've got that. They got that going for them. Villa as well. Probably the map that TSM wanted to pick. I think that's the right call. And then Coastline as well. Probably that one might even favor TSM a little bit because Dark Zero have had some close games and a loss early on in the season to TSM on Coastline. So again, if this drags out, TSM could take this.
Okay.
You know what, Jackie? At the end of the day, we can look at maps all day long, but history has proven us wrong. Dark Zero's in the finals, and this isn't a Dark Zero we've seen before. Same with TSM. I think that at the end of the day, the best team wins no matter what the map is, but I'm really excited for it.
All right.
Because listen, we've been proven wrong about some of these maps so far.
Very true, yes. Okay, so Jesse, he's got the strats and the stats, but Veli, he's got the step up segment. Okay, so Veli, I need you to step up and tell me who's going to step up. Who do we need to really show up today for the grand finals? I want to hear what you got to say. Who's it going to be?
It's going to be the one and only Dark Zero, the former kings of NA. And Dark Zero, I'm going to need every single one of you to go ahead and reclaim that throne. When I first came into the scene, I saw Dark Zero, never heard of the org before, but they were the dominant ones. They were the best. Nobody could really touch them. They were just rolling through teams. But then after that, I felt like a jinx because the longer I stayed in the scene, the worse off they seemed to be. They fell off some bumps in the road. They watched TSM and Space Station Gaming take their shine over and over again, but now they're here to take that throne back and put that crown on their heads. The thing is, Dark Zero, we're starting to see a new version of him. Eclipse is finally starting to show up big time. He's had a poor season and now he's one of the best on the roster, but to me, it's all about hot and cold. Can that hard breach flex player really stand out and be the X factor for this team to overcome Geo, who plays his counterpart role over on TSM, and help Dark Zero be the best on top again? I think they have what it takes, Jackie, and I'm gonna really need them to step it up because if they fail now, I think it's gonna be a massive L. They came all this way, they can't fall now.
Distracted by your tie the entire time. I'm just kidding. No, but okay, so let's roll into predictions. We heard Veli. I mean, it's pretty obvious he is rooting for Dark Zero. Jesse, Dark Zero or TSM?
All right, listen, I think Dark Zero, they have a great opportunity in these first two maps to bring out some new stuff and surprise TSM. Both the first two maps, they've only played twice so far in the regular season. That's pretty low compared to how many games Dark Zero have played overall. So they've got to have some stuff hidden. Oregon's been a really strong map for TSM for map number 2. That's got to be one where Dark Zero have a bunch of stuff hidden if they want to be able to take this win. Cafe, they showed in this tournament already against Space Station, and they looked really good on it. So I'm excited to see them there. Again, it's going to be important for Dark Zero to close this out in 2 or 3 maps. If this gets all the way, if we get to Coastline, or if we get to Villa, excuse me, because we don't play Coastline, this could be a disaster for them. And I think if they go too long, they're going to run out of gas. I'm going to give it to Dark Zero. I'm going to assume with the map advantage and with the way these bans played out, they're going to bring out some surprises. I'm going to trust they know what they're doing in this map ban phase because they did yesterday. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt again today.
Okay. Well, y'all are our analysts, our experts, but I usually just like to throw in for fun. And I was killing it on Friday. Saturday, I was completely wrong on everything. Something in my gut says Dark Zero. I just think that the momentum, man, like who is this team? Like I said earlier, they're just burning through people. So we'll see if they can do it for the grand finals. I'm so excited for this, gentleman. Are you excited?
Yes.
Okay, I see the smiles. Oh my goodness.
I just want to put in there just for a second,
Yes.
Jackie. In the last series they played, Dark Zero went 16-3 when it came to entry kills. They dominated TSM. Hopefully they can bring that heat again and make this a quick game.
What are you doing dropping stats like that? That's Jesse's job.
Oh,
Get out
okay.
of here, okay?
I'm sorry.
Anyway.
No, it's good. I like
no,
it.
I'm teasing. You both are brilliant. Love both of you to death. So excited to have gone through all this with y'all. But we got to get to this matchup. For all of you watching at home, though, please make sure that you follow us on our Twitter account, on our Instagram account, and make sure you participate in our community poll question. And, y'all, we haven't seen Kix and Taro yet. We're missing them. We got to roll. They're going to be with y'all after the break. So TSM versus Dark Zero. We are here for it. We are ready. We will be right back.
You should know better than to write me off. Consider this a teaching moment.
Challenger League Stage 2 is just around the corner. So many of our North American League pro players started out in the Challenger League and made their way up to become a pro player. Anyone can sign up. Go ahead and check Twitter to find out how to sign up for the Open Qualifier on August 29th. Literally go to Twitter right now at R6 Esports NA. As I'm talking, they should be tweeting out how to sign up for that. Literally anyone can sign up. Your journey to the Six Major starts right here.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. It's almost time for our matchup to get underway, and I know that many of you are probably waiting with bated breath to see this TSM versus DZ extravaganza unfold. It's a rematch, Michael. And do you feel like the result might be any different? DZ was the better team last time. What do you think going into this one?
I think going into this one, it's mostly going to come down to the individual match. You've got a couple big factors here to consider. The one map advantage, of course, that Dark Zero will have coming in from the upper bracket. That's pretty significant. And the length of the match as a whole. A best of 5 is a totally different story. It's more of a marathon than a sprint. You know, best of 3s are already a long format. So which one of these teams is going to be able to keep their stamina up in the long run is definitely a large consideration. I don't assume that we will get a quick resolution to this. I think that we'll go quite a long distance in this match.
I imagine that that's exactly what's going to happen, but we don't want to hold you at all. No community vote. There's no preamble. We are ready to get into the match in just a moment. We are the gatekeepers. We know that you want to start. Yesterday, TSM had a bit of a sleepy day. They woke up towards the end and they ended up defeating Space Station to find their way into the grand finals. And Michael, it's time to get into the match. These two teams are going to be beating the hell out of each other, I have no doubt. And let's not keep you from it. We'll start off on map number 1 on Cafe Dostoevsky, Dark Zero versus TSM.
All right, so ban phase begins, and let's see what we're getting out of the way. Maverick going to be the first ban. That's interesting. Unlikely that we'll see a Thatcher, though we have seen Maverick Thatcher ban cafes before. If we do see a Thatcher, this will be a very defender-sided map. It's going to be a Thermite, though, instead. So it's a little bit of a sidestep. This will still favor the defense. That is a heavy hit to hard destruction. However, there are ways for the attack to get into those walls still. The Habana and the Thatcher are going to be massive considerations on many of these sites, especially on the bottom floor. With Maverick and Thermite banned, though, and again, Ace is not in play, that bottom floor defense is going to be way more viable. Habana can only open up so much. Last two bans will be Mira and Clash, so we get those done with. That's a lot of the information that you're going to be able to get in directly. Clash is a really interesting ban. I think it makes a lot of sense, though. We actually saw both of these teams put Clash to good use yesterday, but I think DZ really showed they have some things up their sleeves for that operator in particular.
DZ like to leave the Clash until the very final seconds and then six pick onto it in do or die moments. We noted yesterday and actually the Dark Zero TSM match that we casted was that they like to leave Mint to pick it on the very final round, and it ended up paying dividends more often than not. So with that said, I think that's a smart ban from TSM. Take a very formidable operator out of the lineup, but it won't stop Dark Zero from six picking onto a shield, as in round number 1, a Montaigne is going to come into play. And TSM's first defense is going to be downstairs in the double kitchen bomb site, no longer kitchen and bakery as we used to call it. And, well, what do you see when you look at TSM's lineup? Honestly, pretty standard stuff. No, Kaid is an interesting choice, but Bandit does seem to be an operator that TSM likes running. I mean, Kaid is good too. It means that the hatch control from above is going to be a little bit less sturdy, just because of the fact that you can't. I mean, I guess you could put a battery on it above, but you're not going to do that.
Yeah,
you're not going to.
Yeah.
Just gingerly place the battery down on the... Nobody will see this one.
Yo, Parker, believe it or not, I have seen that work. I've seen
it work on Oregon, on the old Oregon as well. They would bandit and then Habana would just go for it and just realize, oh, I'm dumb. So
yeah, it can happen. It's unfortunate when it does, but yeah, not at this level, not at this stage. Now, one thing for you guys to consider, for those of you wondering, we do not have infinite overtime in this series. It is a 3-round OT, so keep that in mind. And once again, 1 map advantage to DZ for the overall best of 5. So a brief update on that one in case anyone was uncertain. Now, in this round, it seems like DZ wants to clear from the top. The Montaigne pick is really curious for me, Parker, because we've seen Mint do a lot of blitz before. And actually have quite a lot of success with that blitz as well. The Montaigne, I think, it's a much safer play. He's less likely to die, more likely to gather information, less likely to get kills. So I think it's changing up the tune a little bit of how DZ wants to attack.
I absolutely agree. And the emphasis from TSM right now is to aggressively hold that hatch above the freezer. And, well, DZ will be able to pick off one member of TSM who was roaming, and that's Merc, gunned down by Hyper. Watch both of these two aggressive fraggers and how they are able to play around one another, though the story for both of these teams have actually been, I would say, Eclipse or maybe even hot and cold on Dark Zero, and then on TSM side it was Bolo, 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 Bolo. Bolo, Bolo, Bolo. As all the charms would suggest. So anyway, surrendering the very first pick is TSM. And now the next contention is going to come over towards VIP, playing off an oh-so-familiar deployable shield that allows you to leverage that position with walls that can't be shot through and a ceiling that can't be shot through. Playing off of that ADS as well, you can pop up and do some damage to anybody that tries to enter that way, since the wall of freezer is already opened, so the defenders can return fire through it.
Now, this is really important because that amount of hard destruction invested into that outside wall is quite heavy when you only have a Hibana. Well, gas canisters going down there from Achieved. You see he hits the 50-second mark, and he knows he needs to delay this particular hallway from being accessed by the attack. His job is to prevent the push-in through freezer. So that's all that Achieved is trying to do right now. And he can use all of his utility to accomplish that goal. From the golden stairs, Eclipse trying to challenge into the main lobby. He'll get one. Chala, though, elsewhere will get hot and cold. So no man advantage too strong. Hyper will get Achieved as well in the main lobby. That's the player who was playing by VIP. Thanks to Mint and Hyper coordinating, he's gone now. DZ is mostly on low HP. Chala and Geo can just stay alive for the last 10 seconds, and they might be able to clutch this, but it's not looking very likely. It's all on the Alda, and it's not going to work out. Chala with a big round, but DZ will take it.
He just gets smacked with the shield. What are you going to do? Two of the DZ members coming through the single doorway, and the Alda's actually very well equipped to deal with them. But you've got the Montaigne behind you, and I still think there was one other member of Dark Zero that was on the board, so no matter what, there was really no way that that Maestro was going to be making it out alive. Tough circumstance to find himself in, trapped in that corner. And I think we can all commiserate with that position, as we've all had to deal with a shield just watching, standing there menacingly.
You saw that he was Chala was trying to like hide in the corner.
They won't see me or my 12-inch gun.
That's the thing. His gun is huge.
Sorry, not 12 inch, 12 feet. I was like, I said that, and I was like, that's actually a very small gun.
It would be a small gun. Yeah. And
Yeah,
embarrassingly small.
Yeah. Yeah, way too small.
Anyway, Chala couldn't hide in the corner. His gun was too big, and the Montaigne spotted him. TSM at that point, they had to hope that the time was going to win the round for them, but DZ's not leaving enough gaps for that to happen.
Honestly, the DZ roam was what was the star of the show. They were able to take control of third floor, very quickly move to that second floor. So incredible efficiency with their drone work, and obviously we could tell that nobody from TSM was really keen on holding the cocktail part of the bomb site, or on the map rather, where the bomb site usually would be. And they were playing off of reading and the dining area with the hatch open in the freezer. And then naturally, when DZ gets control of that, their focus is then going to shift onto the rest of freezer, which is inevitably which is eventually where the Montaigne of Mint ended up going. But in order to do that, you need to ensure that A, you're taking care of whoever's playing in VIP. As I said, that's a strong position when you've got the deployable shield in that particular area, because you can see through those slats in the shield. You can be able to play off of that if you've got ADSs, if there's a Wamai on the board, which obviously there wasn't in the previous round, there isn't now either. He's not banned, so he can be played. But with the utility that you need to bring on this bottom floor defense, where, by the way, TSM is going to go again, they're going to give Kitchen a second chance, or a second crack at it. The Wamai obviously would have helped there. ADS helped. It was coordination from Brownstairs, as you noted, with the EMP to just shove off whoever was playing over in that direction, and then Hyper came down. I believe it was White Stairs, right there where you're looking for just a second. So, well played by DZ. It was a methodical entry, and they were able to pick off the roamers quite effectively.
Take a look at this. You could see that TSM have adjusted their roam. Instead of Merc playing by reading, he's now... Oh, he was playing in dining with Bolo, but they'll fall back before even the half round mark. That's droned out as clear by Eclipse, and that's... Well, I was going to talk about how passive TSM had become on the roam. No longer extended upstairs, just waiting and dining for the fallback. They got even more passive before I could even get to it. 2 breaches used there by Hyper to get a lot of information above the B bomb site and potentially deny some anchor positions. Merc will rotate over to small. Now, he can do some good work from there, but that's dependent on DZ not droning him out, and also on DZ actually going there and exposing themselves to him.
I think TSM on that very first round might have been itching for a fight. In this case, they're not so interested, and I like that they've fallen off faster this time. Obviously, having more guns on the bomb site when the execute happens, knowing that a Montaigne will be a part of it is crucial, and you're going to need to ensure that you have as many things in your pocket as possible to deal with it. Now the push from DZ is going to come onto that back of Freezer, and Prime to be able to shoot away at the X-Kairos is achieved, but he misses actually most of them as he's wary of getting taken out by somebody watching in that part of the map. So now he's just going to have to stall as best he can, tossing out a Toxic Canister with the Valkyrie as backup, watching those brown stairs, playing off of the bar. TSM have not really committed to fights all that much. They've been very passive, and they could just snap onto Dark Zero as Bolo's first engagement will come. He pops up, beautiful shot onto Eclipse. Chala's there as well for TSM as they find their 2 kills. The Monty will continue to push on in. That's pressure that will need to be dealt with. Oh, but Chala handles it very well. Hot and cold in a 1v3 that very quickly becomes a 0v3. And TSM hangs on. All it comes down to, Michael, was that clock, and TSM played that masterfully.
So a couple major differences in that round. First of all, there was no pick upstairs for DZ because TSM got way more passive on the roam. TSM's roam was effectively, hey, we're here, spend time clearing us, and then fall back immediately right after. At about 140, they decided to retreat to the site. Now, Merc extended out to small. That gave good control on Red Hall, which enabled the play inside of the main lobby and VIP to be a lot more solid. Not having to worry about your flank is a wonderful thing when you're roaming in the main lobby. A couple other major differences is that we didn't see the VIP main lobby get cleared out at all. Dark Zero struggled with that. Achieved doing a much better job this time of not only hurting the hard destruction on the freezer wall, but also delaying the push in through the hallway itself. Now, he got put down to about 12 bullets left in his last magazine. Achieved was about to be harmless at range. Still had the shotgun, but still. But it didn't matter at the end there because there was no time left. Olo also won his fight in the main lobby on Brown Stairs. That's a big difference, of course, between the first and second round. The real kicker here is that Dark Zero did not adapt at all. TSM did.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, I cannot commend them enough for how much they were able to just get away without sacrificing anything. And it's funny enough because one of the teams that we used to talk about being good at that historically was the old Space Station roster back when they were, I think they were playing under Most Wanted at the time. Chala was actually a member of that team. And the one thing that we would often talk about when watching their matches was that they could hold map control very effectively. And the moment that they realized that there was too much pressure coming, they got away without losing anything. And they would get back to site and ready themselves before the storm that would be crashing on their shores. And oftentimes it would be enough to give them the round victory. So TSM now doing an impeccable job of it. So that was after their second attempt, though. And I think that's one thing that needs to be mentioned too, was their first attempt at Kitchen. They tried it and failed. And well, you got a redo. We'll likely see Kitchen one more time. I don't know what you think of the site rotation here, but I think that a Kitchen defense will probably come once it opens up yet again. As for now, it's going to be a reading defense on that second floor. For people that are fans of Cafe, you'd realize that that top floor that we used to see all the time of Bar Cocktail doesn't have the same pick rate that it used to. And that's because I think teams have realized that it's more valuable to defend the 2 bomb sites on the second floor and use that top floor as a buffer.
It's a really great roam position because you can cut off the middle of the map thanks to that balcony and double bar. It's so exposed. If an attacker decides to push up it, it's very dangerous, which means that effectively you can only push on half of this floor. That's by freezer. There's also a big wall between the bathroom and the actual hallway. So it's like one hallway and freezer. That's where you can push up and still have cover as an attacker. That's why you see these extended roams like the one that Dark Zero is doing, or rather TSM are doing right now. Stark Zero on the roam clear, they're going to be opening up above train. That's a great access point because they can push into dining from there. You just have to make sure they get open the sidewalls as well.
There's a minute left, so a lot of time now being taken by Dark Zero to try and ready their execute, and a drop from Merc could be right onto the head of Dark Zero. We'll see as the call is being made, and there you go. He picks off Hot and Cold and flicks onto Hyper. 2 kills for him. He's traded out from above, but the damage is already done. And with it, Dark Zero will now need to make their push happen without Hyper, without that disruptive ability, and without the hard destruction of Hot and Cold. They'll also lose Eclipse. So Dark Zero finds themselves completely outmanned. Chala doing his best to try to break double digits. He's on 8 kills so far. He won't get the last, though. That's Geo from above. And TSM holds steady on round number 3, and they take the lead in this match.
Great coordination there for TSM. You could see the patience on Merc. He was waiting for the verification, the absolute information on his opponents before going for the play. Now, that information was almost certainly relayed to Merc by Achieved, who is playing on Pulse. It's a great tool to have in that situation because you can just see those heartbeats through the wall and be like, yeah, he's exactly here. You could see Merc was playing with that certainty. And it worked out very well for TSM. Nice blow there on the second round. Now, it'll be a top 4 defense next for TSM. Some teams like to go to engine, some teams don't. It's hit and miss. And sometimes what you'll do is you'll just probe these rounds to figure out where it is working and where is not. It's, not just down to you as a team when defending, but also down to the enemy team's comfort level on certain sites attacking. Well, there's a lot to consider here for TSM. I think top 4 is a solid pick, though, right now. Now, that last round, Dark Zero not fully committing to the top 4 clear was a safety precaution, but that ended up biting them.
Really impressive stuff from TSM. And one of the things that I really think that TSM seemed to lack yesterday in both of their matchups was ability to find opportunities and capitalize upon them. I'm so glad that we got to see the perspective of Merc getting called out and immediately dropping and picking up the frag on Hot and Cold and then pivoting onto Hyper, because that's an opportunity that was seized. And it was great coordination to get that, obviously, but more than anything, it was TSM working as a unit, and it's something that I think has been semi-absent for this team over the last couple days. They showed that they could do it just fine on Friday. Saturday was a bit of a stumble, and it was a rough day for them. Well, the one question that I think a lot of people want to ask with this matchup, and I mean it will be answered when we get to the end of the finals, is are DZ batting above their average? Are they hot right now? Is TSM asleep at the wheel? The coaches obviously sounded off on their perspective when Veli was talking to both BC and Pojo Man. But right now, what we're seeing so far in the early days of a Cafe Dostoevsky map that was picked by Dark Zero is that TSM seem to be showing up, and they're very ready for today. Chala in particular, obviously. While Dark Zero, they're doing fine, but they're going to need to be a little bit sharper because the TSM they played yesterday, it's not here. This is a better TSM squad already.
That's true. They've been looking very solid here. TSM already in this round have a great setup. You can see Achieved downstairs. He's got a C4 in his pocket. Whenever the push comes in through into that main bar, he'll be able to deny from below. In fact, he might be able to do that somewhat soon here. DZ are droning the site, as you can see. They're getting information on their opponents up close, but they haven't accounted for the roam downstairs. That is going to be a serious upset when it comes. Oh no. Okay, interesting. C4 used for hard destruction denial. That's actually not a bad thing. That's fantastic. No kills coming out from the C4, but the wall will not be opened up as Habana has used all of her Excaros. So you've got the bathroom wall open, but no direct access to freezer. That makes it much easier for Smoke to anchor inside of the back bar storage or freezer and deny the plant.
And again, Dark Zero will be battling this clock, just as we saw in the previous round. It's going to be the greater enemy than their actual adversaries on the board, and the 5 gentlemen on the other side of the server that will be looking to punish them. And just as Merc does on the skies, Hot and Cold going for the plant, though, and there doesn't seem to be enough visibility or coverage. A bit of panic from Chala. He gets taken out, and Merc's kill was all for naught as TSM are just sweeping everything away. It's all on Achieved's shoulders as Geo falls down below. So Achieved will now need to head on up, and he's watched on red stairs. Dark Zero managed to make a miracle happen. 45 seconds on the clock was plenty of time, and a large part of that was because TSM did not know that the plant was going down. Hot and Cold, well, he just throws a wrench in the plans, and DZ takes round number 4.
So there's a couple big factors there, but it all is, as you talked about, really pivoting around the plant itself. I hate to throw Charla under the bus there, but he definitely was the main player on TSM to deny that plant. I'm really surprised that he missed that. That's unfortunate. I know he's kicking himself about that right now. You know, you miss a smoke like that, and the second one hits the wall, everything starts going wrong. Unfortunate for TSM. Props to DZ, though, clutching up there. That's pretty significant. I think that round easily should have been won by TSM after the hard destruction was denied. We talked about earlier, because of these bans, hard destruction is so vital to the outcome of these rounds. It's Cafe. This is not one of those maps where you could just throw hard destruction out the window. On the majority of sites, you will need it to accomplish your goals. And even the little that we did see there on the bathroom wall was useful for DZ in getting control and solidifying control of Pixel / close white hallway. Uh-oh. Oh, gosh, I hope he makes back. I mean, we are in the prep phase, so it's going to be likely a rehost call after Achieve disconnects. Bolo will type it out, and our observer will confirm it. Now, that should be no big deal. We should just pick up from 2-2. Not a huge bump, I guess, speed bump, but life will move on.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine here. But anyway, welcome back to us. Hope you're having a great time watching this matchup.
I hope that I didn't see that. There's so Mint picked, he 6-picked into a blitz. I don't know if anyone, I hope they didn't catch that.
They probably did.
I probably did.
They probably did.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's one of the, obviously that's one of the downsides of having to rehost, is that something is given away. Maybe on the defense, it's a defender setup that's given away. On attacking lineups, it could be your 6-pick. Honestly, it could be your 6-pick either way, because both teams have access to that mulligan, that do-over style of cheekiness that we see from teams time to time. I mean, you could basically flip a coin to determine if Dark Zero is using their 6th pick on a shield operator, and well, 50% of the time you're going to be right, frankly, because that's what they love to do it on. They've also 6-picked onto a Ying, if I remember correctly. They've 6-picked onto a Montaigne, and this is obviously not in this match. This is in previous matches, and yeah, I mean, you're able to fly under the radar of your opponents and gives you a leg up. Obviously, the jig is up, I would say, if they know that there's a blitz on the board, which I think is very likely.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is what it is. Both teams, I'm sure, will do what they can to, work out when we get back how they're going to take the rounds. So what we've seen so far, let's talk about that. I think my main observation thus far in this match is that we're seeing a lot of really high intensity plays from every single player. Clearly that everybody involved in this match is obviously very, very focused. But it's causing a lot of interesting scenarios to pan out. It's causing a lot of precision and simultaneously a lot of shakiness. A couple of major mistakes have cost both of these teams throughout these rounds. And the most obvious one was the one that we all saw when Chala was trying to smoke and deny the plant from inside a freezer behind the shield. And that's just one example, of course. And I don't think that's necessarily indicative of a lack of focus or a lack of preparedness, but more actually just the opposite. I think that both of these teams are very invested right now, and it's really showing in their gameplay. It's hard to find the balance where you're really putting your best foot forward while also being intensely focused and invested into a match. Sometimes you can get a little bit overextended and it can cost you. And I think both these teams have had examples of that. I think both these teams have had examples of perfectly executed rounds. Neither team is letting opportunities slip by. We saw for example, Merc when he dropped into pillars. That's an opportunity presented by the information gained by the pulse. Merc seized upon it. Massive. DZ, the smoke's missing his gas canisters in that last round we just watched. They go for the plant. They get that plant. Massive. Now, many other teams in those scenarios will falter, or the Merc, if he's someone else, wouldn't commit to the play, and those 2 kills wouldn't happen. But not so here, and I think that's bodes well for both squads.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. They're bringing their A game as we would expect, and now we're going to get back into the matchup, by the way. This is round number 5 for those of you that are without a visual, and there's no ban, so I'm assuming they're gonna play, and they know that they won't play Mav, Thermite, Clash, and Mira. I don't know if the lobby will be remade. Sometimes in the past, teams have just played without picking any of those operators. I think that's very doable. They know who the ops are that they can and can't play, and we'll see what the teams decide. There's also a 6th pick onto the Blitz yet again. So obviously with the rehost, the round right after a rehost, you have to go to the same site. You have to pick the same operators. So there was no way for them to be able to get out of that one, but it looks like we're just going to play on. So they're the players obviously will do battle under a gentleman's agreement of sort, and they won't pick Maverick, Thermite, Mira, or Clash.
Yeah, I think that's fine, as long as their memory holds up. The only difficulty there is that, say, random scenario, we see one of the band operators get picked. Man, I gotta imagine the ruling on how that's gonna be. So we just, it's gonna be confusing if we ever get there. Let's just hope that doesn't happen. Fingers crossed. Now, bottom floor defense. Once more, a 6 pick onto the Blitz for Mint. An abundance of soft destruction here. The only hard destruction available. It's still a kitchen defense, though. I talked about it earlier when we're going through the ban phase. This site is going to be exceptionally difficult to attack with only 1 hard destructor. And it has proven to be just that so far.
It was Dark Zero who had that second ban for attack, by the way. So them banning the Thermite means that they knew that the Maverick ban was already in play, right? They're the ones that knew that they could play around it. So they shouldn't have as much of a struggle as you'd expect. But, I mean, we've seen teams ban operators that have been quite detrimental to that team's success. So sometimes you can theory craft all you want, but theory is only half of the battle, and you have to actually do it in practice. So anyway, first time that we saw a kitchen take from Dark Zero. They were very strong on that top floor, and well, there's going to be early action right now as Merc gets punished, Geo a refrag, and now the shield comes out, but a missed opportunity as Chala gets away with 25 HP, and Dark Zero finds themselves trailing. But this is a very quick round, and there's a sense of urgency from Dark Zero coming out, as we are still over half of the round to go. 3 people dead in the server right now, and as I pointed out, the advantage in favor of TSM.
Still very winnable for DZ, though. They got the control that they were vying for. They're going to be able to open up the prep wall, but not the actual bakery wall. Bandit is playing by that wall, I believe, and might be able to trick it. Nope, he's fallen back. So if they get the initial set of batteries, which is easier said than done, then Dark Zero will be able to open up that bakery wall at least a little bit. Clips gets it done and gets away with his life. That's huge, which means Hibana can now open up the wall, gaining a line of sight and access point to the A-bomb site. This is going to establish a crossfire as well and make it much more difficult for the defense to retake A. But there's plenty of indirect denial. There's Evil Eyes, C4s, and gas canisters that the defense can use to deny the plant in A without retaking the site itself.
So after that early action, Michael, things have slowed down just a touch, and TSM knows that the execute's going to happen from the A-bomb site. There goes Hot and Cold trying to go for the plant. He was successful on the previous round. Hyper with good coverage. From above, Eclipse gets felled by Bolo. Diffuser goes down. TSM still in an advantage, and now it's all on the shoulders of Hyper, who finds one on Chala. Diffuser being started, but he's going to get shot away at from the Valkyrie. He doesn't know where he is. Hyper can't land the shots. Bolo dances around him, and Geo will be able to get the remainder of that diffuser. Lead goes back to TSM. Back and forth they go. On defense, at worst, TSM will tie. That's pretty close. Cafe, you often see those 4-2 scorelines, still very much doable.
Yeah, I think that even, a 4-2 is not going to be the end of the world for DZ. They're coming close a lot of these rounds. That round, let's see. Most of that, I think, comes down to Bolo's play. He got 2 very impactful kills. I know we say his name a lot, but I do think that he was the sole reason that TSM was able to retake the site. He did some massive things there. First thing he did was he got the kill on the player inside of Prep. I believe that was Eclipse. Not too certain about that, but either way, he got the player on the player in Prep. Or he got the kill on the player in Prep, pardon me. Now that's massive because it opens up a take into this A site for the defense. And that's what allowed Bandit to push the planter and get his kill. And you get that done, and it's all on Hyper. He's playing on an off angle, and he's not going to be able to hard hold the bomb site itself. Not going to be easy for him to retake in that scenario through the rotation. Hyper starts to panic. He's got to reposition, and Bolo actually masterfully goes to the last place Hyper expected him to go to. You could see Hyper check red stairs. He started getting shot. He checked brown stairs. And then where was Bolo? He's in the site. He came down from white stairs. The last place, again, Hyper was anticipating. So I think he just had a masterful round. And, I don't think it's necessarily, over talking about Bolo, but darn, man, he did really clutch that one up big for his team.
Also erased our Chalice stats. I don't believe he's broken double digits officially. I think he'd be at 9 kills, if I remember correctly. Some of them were impactless. Let's get that out of the way. I think he got 2 or 3 kills as Maestro. That one round where they still lost. And honestly, your KD isn't the be-all, end-all. Depends on your role. Depends on how big you're coming up in rounds here. There really hasn't been a poor performer, I would say, for either of these teams up till this point. Though Eclipse has been a little quieter than we saw out of him the last 2 days, but I mean, I don't, over a best of 5, of which we will play 4 maps, the minimum we'll play 2, I suppose, but I expect him to wake up at some point.
Yeah, usually with these kinds of marathon matches, you're going to see players have a bad map here and there, and then suddenly they come alive. The one thing to consider is that every single player in this lobby is deserving of being here. That's why they are here. It's not as if DZ or TSM have these low standards where they just let anybody play for them. There's a lot that goes into someone getting to this point. A lot. And I think it was, part of the note that was touched on in the in Veli's coach segment. Aggressive peek there from Bolo. He'll lose a lot of HP as a result. Does a little bit in turn, I believe, to Hot and Cold, but really strong favor there to DZ.
TSM might think that the walls are starting to close in on them here as they are defending that same reading, dining bomb site on their very final defense before these teams swap sides. And this is a familiar one. It was only played once by TSM just a couple rounds ago, and they did a strong job of being able to keep on it. And most of that was their control of that 3rd floor. This time they've conceded the 3rd floor a little bit earlier and have fallen back closer into the heart of the site. And if they're not on the bomb site, then they're at least pretty damn close. The thing that they're going to have to tussle with is that Montaigne has pushed his way towards white stairs and is waiting just for somebody on TSM to slip up. He's also giving coverage to allow Skies to just demolish the entire floor of Cocktail, joined in arm in arm by Hot and Cold. And there's plenty of swings of that sledgehammer still left. Houghton attempting a default plant in reading. Everybody knows where that tends to be. Hyper drops, and it's a repeat, but Merc is able to catch him out. A C4 will connect with Hot and Cold, so that's the diffuser surrendered by Dark Zero as TSM has found 3 kills now to Dark Zero's 1. Things look like they were shaping up quite effectively for DZ after that initial skirmish, but it's been all TSM since then. And Skies gets shot in the back, a crossfire, multiple angles as the C4 gets tossed out. And Geo will be the one to complete the sweep for TSM. The first half is over. TSM takes it 4-2, as we come to expect when you're playing on Cafe on defense. It's Dark Zero's turn on defense. TSM will go to attack.
All right, so 4-2, as discussed, as you just mentioned, that's not that bad for Dark Zero. Dark Zero clearly had a problem attacking onto reading. That was a huge struggle for them time and time again. Kitchen was also very difficult. And I think that a big part of that is going to come down to the hard destruction. Now, you mentioned how TSM were the second ones to ban, and thus they were the ones to double down on the hard destruction, double ban. And TSM, as a result, should know how to deal with this. But as has been talked about, that's not always the case, and we've seen teams think they know something in practice, and then when it comes to the actual match, it cannot be the case. So we'll see how TSM handles this kitchen defense from Dark Zero. Hard destruction, again, going to be such a massive factor here. On the denial front, we've got a mute and a bandit. No Kaid being brought. Now, the mute is probably going to pre-place some jammers on the walls. Though, since Thatcher is in play, it's really on Bandit to deny the walls actually getting opened up. Dropdown's getting reinforced by DZ, and they're also going to reinforce the set of walls instead of reading. This is suggesting a roam. Another thing that will suggest a roam is the Mozzie. He's going to be putting his pests upstairs to deny the drones, clearing out, getting information on that middle floor. And that's going to slow down TSM if they commit to a middle floor take.
One thing I do want to bring up in terms of stats, by the way, now that we switch sides, is Dark Zero tends to excel really hard on their attacks. This is a number that is trumpeted quite often. We like to reference it because most people would contend that the majority of maps in the map pool are very favorable to the defenders, and that I think going back every single season of professional play I've casted, the only season where the attackers have had a net win percentage was the Lion season. It was the first season of Lion. I think it was like 54 to 46% or something along those lines. So the fact that Dark Zero is able to do so well on attack is great. Obviously, they take 2 rounds attacking on Cafe. Their map against TSM, that's not so great. Obviously, they're going to have the benefit of a map now working in their favor, but at the same time, DZ has shown that their defenses haven't exactly been as strong as their counterparts in the region. So if TSM can take a couple rounds or 2, I think that might be enough to put a knife in the heart of Dark Zero's chances on Cafe.
Yeah, and that'll even us out to 1-1 on the maps. Of
Clean
course,
slate.
Yeah, the clean slate. Of course, if you haven't been here, this is map number 1 for play, but Dark Zero get that auto map victory since they came in from the upper bracket. This is as a result of Dark Zero obviously beating TSM earlier. Now, Merc has positioned himself in coat check. He could actually do so much work from here. Skies is probing. It seems like DZ's aware. 2 SMG-11s, though, they got to be careful. They really need to land their shots. Limited ammunition in those magazines. And they're both still testing Merc. Meanwhile, the roam clear upstairs is trying to open up some holes. Chala will get eclipsed, so Mozzie done. That was one of the roamers. Mint is going to win the fight against Merc that we were seeing earlier downstairs, and Merc paying respect where it's due. Now, there's not a lot of time left for the attack to hit the site, and they haven't really accomplished as much as I think they'd hoped they had. They at least got the roamer. That will be big. They don't need to worry as much about the holes above. That'll allow them, I think, a little bit easier access to this tiny hole that was made by Geo.
Hot and Cold is itching for a fight through that opening that you'd mentioned, and while he's going to need to just hold off the troops from TSM, he'll be aided by one of those toxic canisters being deployed by Skies. He's got 2 left in 20 seconds. That means that you'll be able to blanket the remaining timer. Just narrowly evading the frag grenade is the Hot and Cold once again on his belly. We talked about how important he was going to be, and he's the first line of defense. But right now, TSM just bursts on in. They get so many kills, but pistol out, Hot and Cold is gonna clutch! What a huge play from Hot and Cold! And he's not the first line of defense, he's the last, Michael. What a showing from him in the dying seconds of the round, and Dark Zero take it.
What a moment for Hot and Cold. The man who they say his name speaks for itself. In this moment, he was certainly hot. And geez, what a round to take there. Now, it's actually kind of a bit of a throwback, Parker, because Cafe Cafe has been Hot and Cold's best map since before it got reworked. Like, I don't know what it is about Hot and on this map. Even, again, way back in early days. We're talking first year. I don't know why. He just plays well here. Hot and Cold always plays well on Cafe. And in that moment, Hot and Cold just single-handedly won a round for his team and changed the entire landscape of this map. All of the possibilities have shifted. Well done to him, and congratulations to Dark Zero. Beautiful play there.
What was it? I remember we talked about Hot and Cold on this map back when he used to play Ash.
Yeah.
And that was the old Cafe, before the rework, if you remember.
That's what I was talking about. He's always been good on this map, man. I don't know what it is.
I know that's what you were talking about. I was vouching and giving
I think it was
legitimacy and showing that we are of the same mind, Michael.
Was that back when was it Flipside back then?
It was either Flipside or it was SK, one of the two.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yes, it was quite a ways ago, Michael.
Yeah.
They might have even been playing under Homeless at the time. I can't remember exactly,
man.
But
that's a small pocket of history there.
Homeless, and then Homeless was after F3 before SK. Ooh, and then they got... Oh my goodness, look at this. Hyper just standing under Red Hatch, waiting, just itching for a fight. Doesn't get it, immediately falls off. And he heads over towards the skylight. He could have been picked off if somebody from TSM was looking in that direction, but Hyper is committed to this. He is not going to be shaken off of pillars right now.
Now, sometimes clutches like the one we just saw from Houghton, they have interesting and different effects on certain players and certain teams. It can be varying. Sometimes it amps you up and makes you want to go for fights. Sometimes it solidifies your confidence in your team and makes you think that, if I die trying to make a play, then it's okay. My team's got this. Sometimes it just makes you play sharper. I mean, but generally speaking, it's a net positive for a team when one of their players clutches like what we just saw from Houghton, and it will always get you in a better mindset, whatever that mindset happens to be for the respective match.
So now when we look at this bomb site in particular, it's a reading defense on that second floor, as we talked about. The team's using this third floor as a buffer, as Dark Zero is very strong on the east side of the map. And there goes the disappearing act of the Wamai. So Mint immediately drops, and TSM have got control of this side of Cocktail. And would you look at that? Hyper has not been removed from pillars. Skies and Mint have been removed from the server, though, by both Merc and Bolo. So TSM, two very early and very quick picks into this action. When I say early, I don't mean into the round. I mean into the execute that's unfolding. Hot and Cold answers back. He's going to continue his good play before getting silenced by Merc. So TSM trades that one off quite quickly. Eclipse under the radar on white stairs. He's able to take out Geo, but not get back to the bomb site. TSM trading admirably so far, leaving Hyper in a final situation now between, three members? Make that two, as Merc dies. Chala and Bolo against Hyper. Hyper sees one! The second drops! What a clutch from Hyper! In pillars, he spent the entire part of the round in that exact location, and it pays off. Dark Zero stealing around, and they tie up the map 4-4.
The most impressive thing that I can say about Hyper in that moment is he had the patience that none other on his team had, or no other rather. He played in pillars, as you mentioned, for the majority of the round, and was a thorn in the side of his opponent consistently throughout the round. There were many options for Hyper there. He could have peeked wide and pillars. He could have repositioned into the site to assist his teammates. He could have played for a retake on red stairs. He had a plethora of options, but what Hyper opted to do was stay in pillars. And the reason why that's so crucial, why it's so impressive, is because it requires incredible forethought. He was aware of where the enemy was attempting to take inside of pillars so they can push into reading, just as ZZ had done in the first half. And he was aware that his existence in pillars hindered that push, or rather even completely stopped that push cold in its tracks. So Hyper just stayed. He didn't overpeak. He never exposed himself. He only seized upon the opportunities presented to him by his opponent. And boy, howdy, did that work out well for him. You saw how that was contrasted by many of the other players on DZ going for aggro plays, getting refragged immediately by Merc, and all over the place. The pressure from above, the holes made in the floor. Oh my gosh, TSM did more work with those holes above than we usually see. It was impressive stuff. That was what I was going to praise TSM for. I thought they would win it, but Hyper's patience wins it out.
Patience is exactly it. You know, Hyper had started to head towards White Stairs because the call was made from the hatch, and he got the very first pick from that angle. And then I'm almost certain, whether it be intel or whether it be sounds, he knows that there's somebody above, and he immediately turns and heads over towards pillars. And I think you nailed it as to why he was there. And, well, a big round from Hot and Cold 2 rounds ago and a big round from Hyper just now will be the stories for Dark Zero. And I mean, without those two clutches, and I think it's safe to say that TSM had those rounds until the dying seconds when they didn't.
Yes.
This could be match point for TSM, and that is a tough realization to come to. But for Dark Zero, you are going to use that as best as you can and try to capture that momentum and continue to ride it forward. And now here in round number 9, DZ has not led since round number 1. They have either been tied or trailing TSM. So they are going to do something that they haven't done in well over half an hour, which is try to lead this map. And by doing so, they would take 3 rounds on defense, which is at minimum what you want on Cafe. They're defending upstairs, and well, they've got the Vector in the hands of Mint down below. He's just going to watch both those entry points over towards Reading, and Bolo knows that through one of them, he's going to have to push on in. There he goes, and he loses the fight. Dark Zero get the 2 opening picks. Bolo and Achieved are sat down, giving DZ a 5v3 with a minute left on the clock.
Huge round there from Mint. The fact that he's alive is just a testament to DZ's control. Merc, though, he is the refrag machine. He has been picking up those kills to answer back for Dark Zero's kills throughout this second half consistently. And that kill right there onto Houghton will give a fighting chance to TSM. If he hadn't gotten that, we'd be looking at pretty much an insurmountable task. Still very possible, though. Easterpel is the focus here for TSM. They've got Chala at top red. He can apply some pressure and pick off some of the players that are looking at the Easterpel. Ooh, that's big. He'll cut off the balcony, but he'll lose the fight to Eclipse, rather trade with Eclipse, both of them landing their headshots. Now it's all on Merc and Geo. Scratch that. Now it's all on Merc. He'll get the initial entry, the 1v1 now, but low HP on Merc. He has to rush with only 10 seconds left. No diffuser in hand. He has the stuns, but no time to use them. He goes for the push. This has got to be heard by Mint. With only 2 seconds left, all he needs to do is stay alive, and he'll do just that. Dark Zero take yet another round on defense.
That one came a little too close for comfort for Dark Zero. What a repel in and flick from Merc. But honestly, it really seemed like the big stumbling block for TSM. One, it was their entry onto that second floor. You pointed it out. The fact that Mint was not just able to get the kill onto Bolo, but also stay alive, not surrendering that position. And with it, all that comes with holding Reading. Being able to play the angles that have been opened up in the floor, being able to play off of pillars, giving you that vantage point over towards New Hatch. Then you've also got White Stairs that you can begin to head through. And if you know that there's nobody on that second floor, you are free and clear to head to Red Stairs and then ascend in that direction, because it is exceedingly unlikely that you're going to have somebody watching Red Hatch when you don't have the ability to pull off your execute, especially when you were trailing in numbers, as TSM ended up doing. And even though they did get the trade from Chala, you're still down at that point, and one of them is Merc, who's essentially on hard holding an angle on Repel, not flank watch necessarily, but in a position to catch a cross that might come through bar storage, might come from cocktail, etc. Ultimately, I mean, TSM seemed like they had a good idea of what they wanted to do, but they lost 2 gunfights right off the hop, setting them at such a disadvantage that even a very strong strategy is not always enough for you to come back from a 3v5. With that, Dark Zero does take their 3rd round on defense, and I mean, I touted how good they are in attack. So far, they seem to be playing to the advantages that come with Cafe on defense, and now it's a return to Kitchen, where their defense started, as it's round number 10, Dark Zero in the lead.
Ooh, is that a bakery extension? You don't see those a lot anymore. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It just some teams don't like doing it. I love the confidence on Dark Zero. You have to have confidence to go for a play like this. Eclipse is going to be supporting Houghton with his magnets, throwing those out to try and catch any kind of projectiles. Achieve will drone hot and cold, and they know what's going on here. TSM is aware of the problem. Now, finding the solution is another thing entirely. You can see the castle barricade in the reinforcement allows a solid position for Hot and Cold to play off of. He's got the ADSs and the magnets to support him here, as I mentioned earlier. Sun's going in. Houghton will reposition. Skies is holding on to Small from Harry Potter coat check area. He'll fall back. That's actually dangerous because now Bakery's exposed from a push from Small, but it's not going to matter as Eclipse and Hot and Cold pick up 1 kill apiece. So the push from Bakery effectively stopped, and the attack seriously struggling. That's to get rid of the air jab that was placed directly above the door, now allowing for a flank from Skies.
Prime position to do that if he doesn't get discovered by Chala, who looks to be setting another air jab in a very similar place. And, well, Skies doesn't have any impacts left, so he'll hear the air jab get placed and then have to head elsewhere. And he'll shore up his possible weakness on his flank as this extended bakery hold is still very much going. And being assisted by a Maestro cam, the EMP will get caught. A second one will hit the Maestro square in the face. And down one goes and will need to be picked back up. Finished off, leaving Bolo inside of prep in a 1v4.
Wow.
He'll die. What dominance from Dark Zero. They look indomitable so far. 4 rounds in a row. Match point for DZ on the very first map here in our grand finals.
You know, there's something just when you're watching it from the perspective of the person who dies, and that person who dies got pre-fired. There's something like upsetting about it. Unnerving, I think is the right word. He wasn't even given a chance, Parker. The pre-fire was there. Hyper landed it. And Dark Zero have rallied back on this map. We go from 4-2 to 6-4. Now, of course, that's keeping in mind the fact that we are now in the second half and DZ gets to defend. In a double hard breacher ban on Cafe. This is a very defender-sided map, made even more defender-sided. So keep that in mind. But so far, we have not seen the same ability to lock out attacking rounds on TSM side as we saw in the first half from Dark Zero.
Bomb located by attackers.
This incarnation of DZ is a lot of fun to watch. They play a very stifling style of play, and their regional equivalent would be SSG during the Mute and Mozzie meta. A lot of people, I think, excused their losses to SSG by saying, oh, Space Station just abused the meta at Six Invitational.
Space Station just played the game.
They just, you know, they used the optimal strategies presented at the time and they did it better than everybody else. How dare they? You know?
I'm not even going to tell you how many times I've heard that in private. I've heard that from people in the community. I've heard that from teams. I've heard that from random viewers that make comments on Twitch chat. And I mean, that's my fault for reading Twitch chat, but
they use their brains, you know, when confronted with the brainless.
Space Station only did well because of Mute and Mozzie. And it was, but the point I'm trying to make is that it was very stifling, and you could tell that the way that SSG did it in their region, the same region that we're casting right now, which is North America, obviously, is they were able to punish you because you had to play their game, period. And right now, over the 2 days, now I guess day 3 that we've seen of the NA Mini Major, is that Dark Zero has forced every team to play their game. Barring a couple rounds and an odd, you know, half of a map here and there, DZ has looked extremely comfortable with everything that these teams have thrown at them. They are prepared. They are ready. They have obviously done their homework. These are all things that we know Dark Zero has been capable of in the past. They've struggled to put it into action. Not this time. Not this weekend.
Now, I think a big part of that, for me, or the way it seems, obviously I'm not on the team, outside perspective here, Dark Zero seemed like they just decided they wanted to play their own game, if that makes sense. It seems like they are more confident in, or more sure in themselves. When DZ or a player on DZ makes a play, it just seems like they know that's what the right decision is at that moment. And I think you put it well. You said they make other teams, or they force other teams play Dark Zero's game. And the way they do that is by being the ones to initiate, being the ones to set the tempo set the engagement. These gas canisters are a good example of control right now. As you can see, Eclipse is not only delaying, but doing a little bit of damage as well to Bolo and allowing Mint to persist just inside of the Pallet's corner. I don't think TSM is aware of this. No, the way they're playing, they don't know that there's someone still here. There is no way they've checked this, but the timing is really bad. There's a player behind that bar, but he doesn't know it. Mint doesn't know. There's so little information for both teams, and he might find the second. Yes, he will. Bolo doesn't get off cams. He's looking for a third, and he'll get it as he falls back to sight. Mint with a massive round, and just a lot of bad information on, to be honest, both teams, and it works out for Mint.
This is a desperation, a Hail Mary grenade going on in as the chances to win this map for TSM have all but evaporated, and with it, it'll be series point, technically, for DZ, as they'll only have one more map to go. There it is, it's in the books. They took map number 1 by virtue of not losing a single matchup, and now they're going to take map number 2. There's only one more left for DZ to be the major champions. Will they get it? We'll find out, but my goodness, 7-4 DZ. This might end up being a quick one, Michael.
You know, Parker, there's a lot to say, or a lot I could say about that last round there. The thing that stands out most, though, is TSM didn't finish the first job before transitioning to the second job, and as a result, Mint punished them. I know that it's weird that Mint is sitting in a corner in White Hallway. I know, I get it. Why would he be there? But also, you didn't even check. You didn't even try. There was no drone went in there and was like, oh, hey, okay, you know, oh, it's clear. We can start opening from above. And Mint had a really easy, leisurely breeze retaking into Cocktail. I cannot, yeah, that's all on TSM. That's, you know, well done to Mint for exploiting it.
Yes, DZ exploited a lot of weaknesses from TSM, and honestly, those clutches that came out, the one from Hot and Cold and the other from Hyper, both of which were impressive feats on their own, but you don't end up pulling off those clutches without some mistakes being made, and I think one of the big mistakes committed by TSM when Hot and Cold got that clutch was, number 1, poorly juggling their hard destruction and then waiting until there was no time left to try to go through a very tiny opening with Skies having all 3 of those toxic canisters left. The second clutch that came out from Hyper, you have Hyper very well known over by 90. He gets a pick onto the, what was it, the third member, I think it was Geo, that tried to drop, and then the 2 remaining members are upstairs. If you know that somebody's playing at 90, you don't necessarily need to go for that kind of suicide drop by pillars, especially knowing that the Jaeger is going to be more than capable of either rotating towards that direction or into reading to watch for you. So it's obviously a stroke of good luck from DZ, but additionally, you get helped by some mistakes from TSM. Michael, though, there are some analysts who are much better at this than you and I, and they are paid huge sums of money to dissect what we just watched. But first, we have a break ready, as we're going to continue on through these grand finals with Dark Zero up 2-0.
You should know better than to write me off. Consider this a teaching moment.
Test test your Siege knowledge with Varsity Gaming. He lined up some of your favorite personalities as contestants for the Siege Trivia Show Extravaganza Extraordinaire. Take a look for yourself.
Okay, welcome to the first ever Varsity Gaming Siege Trivia Show Extravaganza Extraordinaire. That's what we'll call it from now on. All right, on our game show today, we have 3 lovely contestants. We have Priest. Say hi, Priest.
What's up?
We have Sam, also known as Spawn, or Spontaneous.
Hello.
And then we have Roy the Boy, also known as your boy Roy, Chase, and 50 other different names.
Darn right.
What team won the Season 9 finals in Milan, Italy? All right, we got Roy first.
Empire.
You are correct.
Wait, do we have to answer like a question like Jeopardy? Because if so, he lost.
No. I don't know what show you're talking about. That is copyrighted material. We are the Siege Extraordinaire Extravaganza Trivia Show.
Let's go.
Roy, pick a category and a difficulty.
Feel the room for 300.
All right, feel the room for 300. What is this room?
How long do I have?
Oh gosh.
Whoever buzzes in first gets the answer first.
Oh, I figured I had time. Why did I buzz?
All right, Roy, what is your answer?
Ah, shoot. Didn't mean to. Saw the 3 walls. Yikes. Don't really have an answer, so I'm just going to throw out Border Archives. No, it's wrong, but go say something.
Border Archives is incorrect.
That's crazy.
All right, Sam,
No.
Priest, you guys have a chance to buzz in and try to answer for 300.
I mean, I can't remember what site has 6 walls.
Yeah,
what
me
the
either.
heck?
I'm just gonna say something, okay? It's coastline somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah,
That is
I don't-
incorrect. Sam, you are up.
The only thing I can think of is compressor on Outback, but I know that's wrong.
The answer was church on Clubhouse.
That's church.
Oh, that's a desk.
That's a table. Oh
Yeah.
my
Dude.
Oh,
god.
that's Moto on the.
That's
Oh,
Moto. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
no.
Okay. I feel that. That's okay.
Don't worry, this is not like other insert copyrighted name trivia shows. We will not deduct points. Just none of you get anything. Moving on. Roy, since no one got it right, you can choose the next one.
Woo! I feel it again. Feel the room. 100. Be
Okay.
nice to me.
What is this room?
Is that a bomb site? Like the
That is a hatch in the top right corner.
that's a hatch?
I've suddenly forgot
Are
every
you sure that's a
room in
hatch?
Siege.
Yes, that is a hatch.
Oh,
Roy.
is that a is that would be the room
I buzzed.
in Oregon?
I buzzed. Give me.
What is your answer, Roy?
It'd be like the stage room in Oregon.
That is incorrect.
I buzzed.
Priest, you're up.
Give me. That is Trophy Chalet.
That is correct.
Mm.
Priest
go.
gets the first amount of points.
LA.
Trophy
Good
room
job.
chalet.
Well, thank you so much, Varsity Gaming, for the knowledge and for the laughs. Once again, folks, we have that Shadow Legacy DLC reveal coming soon. I know we've been teasing it all weekend long. I know you want to watch it, and guess what? It is coming up right after the Analyst Desk breaks down Map 1, so stay tuned.
Welcome back. I'm Jackie Jing with our lovely analysts, Jesse and Veli. Gentlemen, what a map one. Cafe 7-4 going to Dark Zero, defeating TSM. Dark Zero, though, making us a little bit nervous at the beginning there. They were down in the half, and I'm like, what's going on? You got a map advantage, and this is your map pick. Jesse, what was happening there? Maybe nerves? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, specifically in the first half, like, that didn't go well for Dark Zero, and I get it was a 7-4 scoreline, but I think when you add context, it gets a lot worse for them. If I'm BC, I'm probably not happy here. Keep in mind, this is their map pick, and TSM didn't get any bans before this. We went pick, ban, pick. So Dark Zero had 7 maps to choose from. They chose to go here. They're starting on attack, and you might say this is Cafe. You expect the defense to go 4-2, but this is actually the most attacker-sided map we've had in the US division. It's been a pretty 50-50 map, so you want the attackers to get those 3 rounds. A lot of that has come down to attackers really figuring out the reading room bomb site, and defenders still liking to go there a lot. And Dark Zero failed both of their reading room attacks. So this is sort of where we're seeing Dark Zero not having the greatest first half. A lot of it was sort of them getting thrown off, them starting to get slow, and I thought to myself, I was like, is this the choke from Dark Zero? Are we going to see TSM just take this in 3 maps? However, once we finally started to get the ball rolling, Dark Zero did take it back in that second half, but I wouldn't say that this was like the map that they wanted. And although it was 7-4, which is somewhat one-sided, I don't think this is... I'm not happy if I'm BC and I watch this map.
I'm sorry, I love how fired up Skies gets, because every time we chat with him, he's just like cool and composed, and then when you see that man in his element, you're like, that is a different person. Anyways, love the player cams.
He's a beast.
Yes, but actually talking about people who are beasts, hot and cold, he ain't cold today. He is on fire, Veli. I was telling you earlier, Veli and I are kind of weebs. I was like, he's straight Todoroki today.
And that's for all the anime nerds out there. You guys are going to love that reference. But, yo, Hot and Cold went off in the one round to really show what he did that was so big and what he's been doing throughout this entire tournament. It happened on the kitchen site when he was holding down Bakery as Maestro. You know, first off, got to give a shout out to Eclipse, who was Wamai was his backup. He was his right-hand man, right? But the thing was, once TSM tried to push in, they utilized a lot of utility to try to exhaust any type of ADSs or magnets, right? When that was done, they tried to utilize brute force. The moment they walked in, Hot and Cold got the first kill easily. Wamai, who was Eclipse once again, got the second kill. Then it was a Hot and Cold show. He racked up a 3K. He was dominant as Maestro. And you know what? Eclipse could have walked away, and I honestly feel like Hot and Cold could have done it all himself. The way he held down Bakery, he was like a strong, independent black woman. Wasn't nobody, like he didn't need no one's help. He was gonna hold it down all by himself, and he's actually been phenomenal. I love his play this weekend.
Yeah, he's been playing great. I mean, the whole team, Dark Zero, just, whew, man. I do want to talk about TSM a little bit. We heard Intero saying that DZ exploited a lot of their weaknesses, but we saw some positives, and Veli, we were chatting about this earlier. TSM's team play is actually really escalating Chala right now.
Yes, you're right. And in particular, I want to talk about round 2. Now, this was the kitchen site once more. But the thing was, you had Chala, who was in Bakery as Maestro. We keep talking about these Maestro players, right? Give the man his ACOG back. But this was the thing. It was perfect team play that led to individual success. We always talk about how a player is amazing and he won the round because he got a 3K. That doesn't happen if it wasn't for his teammates. And it all started off with Bolo, who was Valkyrie over by a long bar. When he was able to take out one player on brown stairs, he protected his teammate, who was Achieve, that was watching back Freezer.
Right.
Once they secured those kills and Achieve wasn't able to get flanked, it was all up to Chala, who held on to that Alda and was able to rack up kills of his own. It was just beautiful. Now, that just shows that as long as TSM, everyone on that team plays their role right, they're going to have beautiful, successful wins like that, and it looked pretty flawless to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chala is like a great player, and I don't want to take anything away from him, and he did have his moments, but I do want to say, like, Chala had some bad moments too. I mean, we all saw the smoke play where the Toxic Babe missed, and they threw the second one at the wall, and it's like, it doesn't seem super impactful at the moment, especially since they win the half 4-2, but if he wins that one, the momentum never stops for TSM. They end up with a 5-1 half. They seem really dominant going into that second half, and then maybe they don't like win, or maybe they don't lose some of those clutches, right? Maybe then TSM keep that momentum going. So like, Chala is a great player in his own right, but that one round was one where I was really looking at him like, okay, come on, you cannot be losing those.
Okay, Jesse with the
kinda
constructive
bad.
criticism.
That wasn't
kinda
a good
bad.
round
It
for
was
him.
kind of bad.
It was bad.
It was
It was bad.
Yeah, and Jesse, obviously we love you for your big brain, and you bring a lot of constructive criticism to these teams. And we were talking about Dark Zero earlier. This is a strong attack team, and we have seen a vast improvement in their defensive game. But Jesse, Dark Zero on this map 1, you were telling me they're relying on clutches on defense.
Yeah, I don't know why this analyst segment's so negative from me, but that's just the way I saw the map. The second half for Dark Zero was, they did quite well. They won a lot of rounds, but it wasn't how they want to win rounds. Dark Zero is not a team that wants to be relying on clutches. No team wants to rely on clutches. They won 5 defensive rounds. 4 of them came off of either crazy 1v3s, a 1v1 winning on time, or just mint popping off at the start was the last round. So a lot of those weren't really coming down to big strategies. They weren't coming down to our classic Dark Zero style of play. And specifically in those first couple of rounds, it seemed like the reason that they had to be in those clutch situations was because the Dark Zero strategy that they clearly came into this map with that in mind fell apart, and TSM had bested them. TSM, through a lot of these rounds, looked like the better team, but Dark Zero had that clutch potential, and it's good they had the clutch potential. It saved them here today. Hyper had one, Hot and Cold had one, Mint was really phenomenal as well. So it's great that Dark Zero's individual players stepped up. But again, I think if they want to win this series, they want to win the whole best of 5, they're going to need to do a little bit better than that.
Okay. Veli, we used to come down hard on DZ about not being able to adapt, not doing well in chaos, and Jesse kind of elaborated on that a little bit. So when did things change? Because I do feel like they're adapting well. So when do you think things switched over?
I think it was really the consistency that came up from scrims, like BC said, between Hot and Cold and also Eclipse. Now, there's one thing about Hot and Cold I wanted to point out. Think about it with me. Throughout the entirety of the weekend, one of the main hard breachers that he's been rocking with has been Maverick. Now, and that's important for 2 reasons. Because Hot and Cold, as Maverick, can put in a lot more fragging than he can as Thermite, because he has those 2 frag grenades, and overall just a better gun, right? So the thing with Dark Zero, they've mastered the art of using Maverick to open up walls, and then you have the Sophia open it up right behind him once he's done using the blowtorch, and after that you have 2 frag grenades and that gun, right? So Hot and Cold statistically has been one of the best players on Dark Zero, whether it's come to entry or even on defense. When he even gets a chance to roam, he's been phenomenal. So that's one thing. But to me, it's going to be Eclipse as well. Eclipse, he's been playing pretty much some of the same roles that we've seen him struggle on before. But it's the fact that he's able to roam out and get those 2Ks to really swing around in Dark Zero's advantage. I think those 2 changes is the reason why they're so good now.
Okay.
I mean,
keep
sorry, I just wanted to, like building off what Veli was talking about with the hard breach, Dark Zero, they can get a lot work out of that Maverick. But when they have that Thermite Thatcher combo, they can be really, really dangerous as well. Thermite's their highest win rate operator that has more than just a couple of plays. He's at 73% win rate. Thatcher's right behind at 72, and both those operators have sizable round pools to draw from as well. So there's a good sample size there. And I think that kind of speaks to the style of play Dark Zero have, because their biggest operators tend to come from those support ops that can execute those strategies. When you look at TSM side of things, their highest win rate operators are IQ, Ash, these operators that they frag off with. So I think it is interesting when you look into those stats. It's interesting to compare the play styles between both Eclipse, Bolo, and the rest of their teams. So that's one interesting thing to note.
Yeah, and talking about stats, and you were just chatting about this a little bit. We have Eclipse and Bolo on your screen right now. They have been the players to watch that y'all selected, and let's just wrap up how their gameplay has been. Veli, I'm going to throw this one to you. What do you think of these 2 players right now?
Phenomenal. You know what? Bolo did what he could with the opportunities that he was dealt, but there were a lot of mistakes, especially when that Kickstarter pointed out. I mean, how many times do we see Mint walk around and get a 3K on the road, which was really nice to see from the old man, right? But also, we saw a similar play earlier with Merc, and it's just both of these teams are, you have players that take advantage of just weaknesses on both sides, misdroning, not watching corners, roamers really taking advantage. So whenever you see players like Bolo go 6 and 7, you got to really start thinking about all the mistakes that TSM has made on their end compared to what DZ has done. And I really think that the mistakes that TSM has made is the main reason why they've been losing. I feel like, this is a pretty even matchup, but TSM has really slipped a lot on Cafe.
And I think it's kind of funny. We had Eclipse as our player to watch, and Dark Zero relied on a lot of clutches. They had a lot of big individual plays, but Eclipse wasn't really the one getting them. It seemed like every player on Dark Zero had like one moment, or maybe even two moments, where they stepped up and clutched the round for the team. Eclipse kind of didn't really have any of those. Not to say he played bad or he didn't contribute, but he was more just like an all-around getting kills in specific rounds. A little bit more spread out, doing his role. He was on that Thatcher smoke, as you saw. But it was kind of funny, you know, he was our guy to watch, and then everybody around him sort of popped off instead. It happens sometimes.
So I want to talk to both of you about this. DZ, they're preppers, they do their homework. They're very reliant on their plans. And we don't mean this in a negative way at all. I mean, like, this is just kind of like one of their big strategies, what they're very well known for. I honestly was a little bit nervous for them today because I felt like, hey, did they show all of their cards today? Is TSM going to figure out all their plans? I mean, how deep is this playbook, gentlemen? How deep is this playbook?
It's extremely deep. But they dug to the deepest part of that playbook, and my main criticism was a lack of intel on DZ's lineups. They only chose Maestro 20% of the time during the middle of the season. We didn't see a lot of intel ops, we didn't see a lot of shield ops besides Clash. But now Dark Zero, they're bringing shields galore, they're bringing intel galore, okay? We're starting to see a lot of Maestro with these players are going off with them, right? We're starting to see Monty on attack. That way, Mint's able to go in and gather a ton of intel, and he rallies the troops and pinpoints them in the direction they need to go in order to get the kills. That has worked extremely well. On defense, though, the Clash play, it looks like it's been better than ever. They've been really able to slow down TSM and every other team they've gone against to really put the ties in their favor. And the pace has been set by Dark Zero this entire weekend. They play and other teams adapt to their play style and not the other way around.
And I do think that, like, for Dark Zero, it's really important when you think about their strat book, when you think about, you know, the maps that they've shown already, it's important to look where they're going now. In terms of like how deep that strat book's going to be, because at least for these first two maps, Dark Zero got away with playing maps that they haven't really played very much in the regular season. They didn't play very much in this tournament so far, so there's still a lot that can be hidden there. You know, if they come in and they play a map that they played a bunch, like Clubhouse or Consulate, then they're going to be in a really bad spot because they've already shown a lot of what they have to offer, and the support staff from TSM can really dig through all that. But coming on to a map like Cathay, which they played once the regular season and once this tournament, both against Space Station, there's still a lot of opportunities for them to show new stuff. Oregon as well. It's a map that I think, you know, favors TSM, but it has some potential for Dark Zero in that Dark Zero haven't played this map very often. It hasn't been one that they've shown off very much, and TSM have. This has been their best map, and they've shown that. They've proven it. They put it all on the table. So there's a lot of potential for Dark Zero to do that research without having that research done on them, particularly with these first two maps.
Okay, so Veli had his coach's corner earlier and kind of gave us an inside perspective on what the coaches are thinking. If y'all were the coaches, what would you be telling your team right now? Let's start with TSM. What's Pojo Man telling them?
Win, do better, take your time. Like, honestly, the thing about TSM, they were able to scrap up rounds that it looked like they weren't in favor of winning as well. You got to realize you're on a team full of individual stars, all 5 of them, right? If they can play together like they did in round 2 that I explained about Chala getting that 3K, the rest of the wins can be the same way if they play together and watch each other's back. That's all it is. Minimize the mistakes.
Okay, and Jesse, you're BC. What's he telling Dark Zero?
One more. You know, you got to get one more map. There's 3 in the row. There's 3 coming up. Just take one of them, and the series is yours. You're the champions. This next one might be harder because it's TSM's best, but give your all every single map, and you just got to find it one time.
Y'all should be coaches.
I don't want to be no coach. I yell at everybody.
No, I love you all as analysts. Stay with me. Okay, thanks. But all weekend long, we have been talking about this DLC reveal trailer, okay? Like, we've been hyping it up. We've been showing you snippets. I think we saw a thumbnail, part of a trampoline, some barbed wire. Frost's head was in one of them. So, I mean, like, I know we are all in for this. We want to see this 30-minute DLC reveal trailer, right? Do y'all want to see
yes,
it?
Please.
Play
yes,
it now.
please.
Stop talking, Cass.
I'm done talking. Roll the tape.
Hey, Siege fans. I'm your host, Seltzer, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to Operation Shadow Legacy, the biggest season yet to come to Siege. We're still coming at you from the comforts of our own homes, and we're excited to share what's coming up with the help of our very own Ubisoft news team. They've put together a quick look at what's in store today, starting with our newest operator. Most of you know him as Sam Fisher, but at Siege, we like to call him Zero.
You should know better than to write me off. August cam placed.
In Operation Shadow Legacy, a legend steps out of the darkness and into the light as Sam Fisher comes to Rainbow Six Siege. Armed with a powerful new intel-gathering gadget, a deadly new assault rifle, and a gruff demeanor honed over years of fieldwork, Fisher steps into his new call sign, Zero, with all the swagger you'd expect from an icon. Perfect shot. But Shadow Legacy is about more than one operator. It's about a whole host of gameplay modifications that will change the way you play Siege. Ping 2.0, new and updated optics, a hard-breaching secondary gadget, pooled reinforcements, and map ban, plus the match replay alpha phase on the test server are just some of the updates that, along with a rework of the scenic Chalet map, will ensure this season has a lasting legacy. It starts with Sam Fisher joining Team Rainbow as Zero, a medium-speed, medium-armor attacker. His SC-3000K assault rifle may look familiar to fans of his previous work, and it's right at home in Siege with a variety of optics to suit your preferred style. He can also rock the MP7, and he's got a 5.7 USG sidearm with an integrated suppressor in keeping with his signature stealthy style. Speaking of which, check out the laser sight on his Argus launcher. It doesn't just have the look, it also delivers the goods. Intel.
Ready. Argus launched.
Always one to use cameras to his advantage, Zero can fire his Argus projectiles into breakable and reinforced surfaces to burrow through and create camera vision on both sides of the barrier. Walls, floors, hatches, and ceilings are all potential peak points for Zero and his allies. And though the two-way cameras can only look in one direction at a time, there's no more versatile way to get a look into a room the defenders don't want you to see. Even if they can't burrow all the way through, Zero's camera projectiles will still stick into most surfaces, opening up a world of possibilities for cheeky new camera placements. And it's not just intel they'll be gathering. Each Argus projectile can fire a single laser to destroy enemy gadgets or deal minor damage to enemies themselves. Zero's gadget is a powerful new tool for the attacking team, so defenders will want to keep their eyes and ears peeled. The projectiles make a distinct sound when burrowing into place, and can be easily destroyed with a bullet. Electrified surfaces will destroy the projectiles on contact. Also, mute jammers will keep them from functioning, while Wamai and Jaeger's gadgets will snap up any that fly by. But with so many places to deploy his gadget from relative safety, and so many ways to put it to use, Zero is sure to make his presence felt on Team Rainbow. The map you've been seeing here is likely familiar. I mean, who hasn't spent time in an expansive remote chalet surrounded by snow-capped peaks? The Chalet map rework brings some new navigation options to the venerable retreat, notably the ability to rappel all the way up and traverse the rooftop. There are some interior renovations as well, including one window you'll definitely want to watch out for, but we'll leave it to the level design team to tell you more. In fact, there is so much going on in Operation Shadow Legacy, we're going to have to let the developers take it from here. Big changes are afoot, folks. Don't go anywhere.
I told you it was a big season. Now let's dive in and take a deeper look at our map rework. Chalet, here we come.
Coming back to Chalet was really exciting, and it brought me back to my earlier years playing Rainbow Six, going through the woods with my squad, going towards the objective. And that's the same kind of feeling I have right now when I look at Chalet. Things we wanted to improve was the objective, making it a bit more fair on attack, and on defense, making it a bit more interesting. The way you attack the map now is completely different than before, simply because we added rappels in the map. You can move on the roof, that's completely different. The way you get line of sights into rooms and stuff, it's a simple thing, but for the map, like, it changes the whole dynamic. The only big change, I guess, in objective location is that trophy is not an objective anymore. So now you have kitchen and dining instead of having trophy, because we added the new stairs in trophy. So the basement is pretty much all there. Only for one major difference, which is something new, is that we connected the hallway that people call blue. From the stairs you can go to the hallway and into cellars. Cellar, we made it a bit different to help a lot of the defenders. So the garage door is a really cool way to attack the objective, and we didn't really want to change it too much. The only thing we did is add a window right above the garage door, making it so defenders can peek through the window and put pressure, and it just makes it so the gameplay is a bit more interactive during this phase of the attack, instead of just being the attackers opening the wall and that's it.
Operation Shadow Legacy marks the first time recruiting a known operator into Team Rainbow. Let's see what it takes to bring a legend like Sam Fisher into Siege.
There is a lot of elements in the Sam Fisher fantasy that revolved around the Sam Fisher Splinter Cell gameplay of infiltration, of stealth, against AIs. Those elements, we had to interpret them in a way that would fit a PvP game like Rainbow Six Siege. We're bringing this camera intel aspect, the fact that Sam has more intel than his opponent, that he can outsmart them. So that was the first step, trying to get an intel tool on attack for Sam that would feel interesting. And that's when we came up with this idea of just, how can I look in the next room? How can I have an idea what's happening on the other side of the wall? And that's where we came up with the idea of the camera drilling through the wall to give us information on the other side. When we started using that concept, which we felt was awesome and very natural in Siege, and as well also very Sam Fisher, we wanted to also have this gameplay that is so common to every iteration of Sam, where you are in those intel tools, but you don't just collect information, you also wait for the right time to act. And that's when we came up with the idea of this one laser shot that the camera has, because the fantasy of having a gadget embedded in the camera was strong, and also since the laser is visible and make noise, it is relevant for Zero to actually look at the defending team and maybe wait for them to be far away to use their gadget to not betray the location of your camera. And that gameplay of being in a cam and watching the defender pass by and wait for the right time to use the gadget is, to us, very Splinter Cell. Like the core role of Sam here is definitely going to be intel gatherer. And as a result, one of the parties thrives very much, like he's really good at flank watching. Flank watching is really a strong suit. At the same time, we made a kit for him that would allow him to get rid of a lot of utilities. Defending team does not have access to IQ, so we could not afford to have those cameras being as subtle as Valkyrie, for example, and we had to make them more visible. So when they land, they make a distinct thud. They are bigger than a Valkyrie cam, they are a very distinctive shape, they can decal around it, so if you look for it as a defender, you should be able to find it. And it might be difficult to catch them with a regular mute jammer. Mute jammer are efficient at catching drones because you can funnel them through doors, drone holes, etc. So it's a pretty great way to go around a mute Mozi setup, for example. It is still a projectile. Jaeger and Wamai will interact with it just the same, which, depending on how you see things, might be a counter to Zero himself or to Wamai and Jaeger based on how much utility you bring. We're bringing a new weapon, and not just any new weapon. We're bringing the ST3000K, which is for us the iconic weapon of Splinter Cell. You're gonna recognize it right away by like the way it looks, the way it feels, and yeah, it's pretty great. It's definitely for us part of the Splinter Cell package, and it was really enjoyable to have that. But we didn't stop there. Like, we wanted to give you an option that would come maybe at a surprise and something very enjoyable for our community, and that would fit with what we see in this character, and that option is the MP7. This time with magnification.
There is definitely a buzz and a a lot of research that went into it. Like, we put a lot of research into all our operators, but this is like, it was already an established character. So we had to go through and pick and choose, okay, what are we keeping? What are we redesigning? What is essential to the core? So it was a little bit intimidating because he's such a big character. We have an in-house Sam Fisher expert, so we made sure I checked in with him pretty much every step of the way. So Sam Fisher's new codename Zero, it's a sign of respect. Zero and Zero Alpha are actually call signs given to the net controller or commander. So it indicates his seniority. Harry is a psychologist. He doesn't have that military experience that Sam does. And coming in as an instructor, he's going to teach the rest of the guys a thing or two. So he's our first member of the ROS, Rainbow Operational Staff. My headcanon is always just Sam Fisher sitting in the back of the room with a coffee. He just doesn't say anything. He just looks at you and then walks away. Just pure judgment.
Now, if it hasn't sunk in yet that this season's a little bit different, we're about to make it crystal clear. This new era of Siege is kicking off with a ton of core gameplay modifications that are going to change the way you play. Here to tell us more are some of our wonderful developers from Montreal and Barcelona.
First of all, we're introducing 2 new sights, a new red dot and a new holographic sight. We are also bringing in 2 new scopes, one of it which is going to be at 1.5 zoom level, the other one is going to be at 2.0 zoom level. We are also changing the ACOG a bit. We're reducing the zoom level to 2.5 from 3.0. We are also keeping the 3.0 level. We're going to change the reticle and aesthetic insight of the scope, and it will also be distributed on DMRs. So yes, it's going to provide us with a new balancing tool for kits and provide you with different experience. So once the TS hits live for Shadow Legacy, feel free to hop in and provide us with some feedback. I hope that people find new favorites. They will rediscover some weapons that they discarded before because they didn't have the ACOG. Now with a 1.5x, maybe they'll discover like this weapon is crazy good and they'll have a new favorite. One of the most exciting one has to be the 1.5 on the Vector. It would have been too good to have an ACOG on it, but the ability to give a 1.5 and actually use the range, it's incredibly fun. With those new sights and scopes, we're also bringing in more customization for the players. You will be able to customize the sensitivity of each of those zoom level. So if you want to have a super quick 12x and a super slow 5x, nothing is stopping you now. Instead of having 2 global options, one for regular sensitivity and one for sensitivity while aiming down sight, we are keeping the global sensitivity, and we are also increasing the amount of sliders that you have control over. So you will have a slider for the 1x, you will have a slider for the 1.5, 2.0, etc. So more control for the players. We are introducing the accessibility tab in the option menus. So this will be the last tab that you see. When you open this, you will have plenty of choice for colors of your reticles. You will be able to choose from colorblind types or simply pick a colors among the choices. And one of the other things that we will bring to this customization is the opacity level of the reticles. You can open this menu and this tab while you are in game, and then you'll be able to change it whenever you want. So just like we mentioned at the Six Invitational, we want to make new content for everyone to enjoy. This will also allow the balancing team to have more tools to balance the weapons, kits, and operators. So yes, making sure that every operators have fun options and fun guns.
In live, each defender has 2 reinforcements to deploy, so it's an individual amount of reinforcement. And with the new system of reinforcement, we have replaced this individual amount by a common pool of reinforcement. That means you have 10 reinforcement at the beginning of the round, no matter how player starts the round. If a player is disconnected or leaves the game, you have still 10 reinforcement available for all the team. Some operator has a lot of utilities to put in the environment. So no operator that are less to do during the preparation phase can focus on the reinforcement, for example. roamers can reinforce more than 2 hatches. It's globally, even in a PvE, for the Protector stage, we have implemented also the reinforcement pool. Improvement of the preparation phase is still an important axe for us, and we will continue to work on that in the future.
Right now we have only hero pin, but with new pin system, you just have to pin the gadget, and there was an icon tells you which gadget is there. So when you pin enemy gadget, you will be able to also reveal operator's identity on top of the screen. You can also pin your own gadgets. So this is useful for every level of the player, because let's say you pick the mute and you will be able to pin your own gadget to tell other players that I put mute gadget on this location. It's gonna be available on observation tool too. So you will be able to pin from camera and drone. We simply added number on hero pin assigned to each player. So it's gonna be 1 to 5. This will be decided at the beginning of a match, and you will keep until the end of the match.
So in the past few years, we saw that the attacker's composition is quite rigid, and bringing a hard breacher is a must, and we would like to ease it a little bit. And with the secondary gadget, the attackers don't need to bring a dedicated hard breacher, and maybe it can lead to some more exotic picks. So the hard breach charge, it's a bit slower, and the hole it makes is also smaller. It's still gonna be enough to vault through or crouch walk through, but you cannot just run through it. Deployment, it's gonna be automatically activated, so there is no remote triggering. At the same time, the fusing is quite long. We wanted to make it easier for the defenders to react to it. So either we can try to trick it, or we can try to run away if we want to. The hard breach charge can be deployed on reinforced hatches as well, and this is gonna be very important. We would like to try to pre-reinforce the rooftop hatches, and this means that at the beginning of the round, all the rooftop hatches would be reinforced by default. This would give the defenders new opportunities and new defense strategies, because now they can decide to commit to defend those hatches with the help of Kite, for example. We would like to put it to test server and let our players give it a spin. If it doesn't work or players don't like it, we are ready to revert it. But if it works, then let's go. We will move forward with it. In Season 3, we are changing a little bit the behavior of the EMP grenade of Thatcher. As of now, in the game, Thatcher's EMP grenade can have multiple effects on the defender's gadget. Some of them are destroyed right away, and some of them are disabled for a certain amount of time, and then they come back to life. We would like to unify this, and from Season 3, all the defender in-world gadgets will be disabled instead of destroyed. The bandit tricking will change a little bit because of this. Thatcher's gameplay is gonna be more interesting. It's not gonna be just like I leave an EMP here and then everything is cleared and I can just go to the other side of the map. Timing is gonna be important, and to play together with the breachers, with the rest of the team. We would like to give the agency to the players to influence what maps they are playing or what maps they don't want to play. This will reduce the frustration of the player who doesn't want to play this certain map, and also can even lead to sometimes toxic behaviors of rage quitting. We will introduce first in the ranked and unranked playlists, and in the future we might add it to other playlists as well. There will be 3 maps generated randomly from the playlist map pool, and each team can vote to ban one of those. And at the end, what is not banned, they will play that one. Or in case there is both team is voting for one map and there is 2 possibilities, then a random choice will be taken between the 2 maps.
Two long-awaited words are taking a step closer to reality this season: match replay. This new feature will be hitting the Shadow Legacy test servers in its alpha phase, and we're going to need your help putting it through its paces. Here's a breakdown.
I'm here to introduce Match Replay. I'm really excited to tell you that it will come for the first time on the test server with Season 3. Match Replay, it's a system that records your last played games. You will have the possibility to store up to 12 games that will be stored locally, and you will be able to find it in the new section of the game that will be called Watch. You just have to click on it and it will start automatically. You will start from the perspective of the spectator. So you will be able to see the map and the players from the top view. But I think even more interesting it will be that you will have access to each player view. Regardless if it was your teammate or if it was your enemy, you will be able to see all the points of view, which is pretty exciting, and can't wait to see the reaction of everyone. The challenge for us actually, and always has been, is to make sure that it's a very reliable system in terms of what you're actually doing in the game. It's actually replicated really accurate in the match replay also. Right now it's an alpha version. This is because we are aware there is still a lot of work to do. And you will see that by your own when you will test it on the test servers. Just go, try it and see how it is, because I'm very sure you will get pretty excited as I am. You will be able to see everything that happened in the game, and we also need your feedback to see how we can improve this feature even better.
Along with all the features coming to you in-game this season, we've got two features coming to you outside the game. You've told us how important it is to track your performance, and so we're going to launch a new personal stat tracker called My Siege Stats on Rainbow6.com. We've built this platform to be a meaningful tool to track your performance and help you become a better player. Simply enter your username and we'll give you a host of stats that you can use to analyze your matches and target areas of improvement. My Siege Stats will go live with the launch of Shadow Legacy, so hop in and check it out. We are also very excited to announce the release of Squad Finder, a brand new service to help Rainbow Six Siege players build the perfect team. Informed by your in-game data and playing habits, Squad Finder will help you find like-minded teammates and build the best squad in Siege. Squad Finder is already available on Rainbow6.com, so what are you waiting for? The more players who squad up, the better the experience will be. Now that we reached the end of the show, I hope you're as excited as we are for all the new content coming to Siege. The Shadow Legacy test server on PC goes live tomorrow, August 17th, and we've got a free week coming to Siege from August 27th to September 4th. So if you've got some friends who haven't had a chance to play yet, it's a great time to get them involved. Thanks so much for watching. Let's get back to the action.
Oh my goodness, y'all. That was a lot of information to take in.
What?
Yeah, I know. Some major game changers there. The hard breach gadget, pinning gadgets. I thought that was super fun. All the reinforcements, the map bench. Tell me what stuck out to y'all. I'll be quiet. Veli, what got you hyped?
Yo, first off, Sam Fisher, the man is sexy. He's beautiful.
Yes.
I love the fact that he's in the game, but it's the new hard breach tool. And you know how deadly that's going to be? I wonder what the list of ops are going to be that they're going to put that gadget in to use. It's insane. Light is a hard breacher. Can you imagine that, Jesse?
That's going to be crazy.
I love it.
Capitao, Nook we saw as well. That's going to be crazy.
Jesse, what stuck out to you?
Match replays. We finally get match replays.
Yes.
Oh my god, I'm so excited for match replays. This is going to make montages so much cooler. This is going to help out with the competitive side of things, VOD reviews, just watching your own clips over and over again to, you know, feel good about yourself. This is so exciting. I'm pumped for match replays. And then Chalet rework as well. That looked really exciting. Obviously, we have to play it first to see how it is, but if that could be like a competitive map, man, I'm down for it.
Okay.
I want to kiss everybody at Ubisoft right now.
I know, right?
I'm
It's
excited.
great to hear like how receptive they are to the community, but I want to see if you all could maybe pick like the top 3 things you're most excited for, Veli. Just you don't have to give an in-depth explanation unless you want to, but just like what pops right into your head.
Number 1, replay system. Ooh. Yes. Number 2, Sam Fisher. Number 3, it is the hard breach thing that they put together. That is so cool. That's meta changing. It's insane.
We thought that was a trampoline. We were wrong, and I'm happy that we were wrong about that. Jesse, what about for you? What's your top 3?
All right, I got to agree. Replays is probably the biggest thing. Definitely the hard breach for sure. And then probably Chalet. Like, I'm actually really, I always liked Chalet, so I know that's a minority opinion. But if it's gotten improved and can be even better, then man, I'm pumped for that.
Okay, and I mean, obviously, I agree with everything y'all said. I want to pick your brain about the reinforcements, how you think that's going to change up the game. Veli, I'll start with you.
We're opening up every wall, no more locked doors, we're busting right in. Like, imagine playing theme park and just walls are opening up all around you. You got Lion over there doing it, you got Hard Breach Tao doing it over there, and then Ace doing it here. That's gonna be game changing. Like, I can't even imagine strategies. Like, I wanna talk to Kix and get like some really like in-depth nerd insight, like from an OG about the changes this is gonna have on the scene. I can't even imagine it.
Jesse, what do you think?
Yeah. I think the pooled reinforcements is going to be really helpful, specifically in like team games, competitive. It's going to speed stuff up, which is nice. The one thing that like stuck out to me about reinforcements was they talked about the roof hatches. I like that that's going live on test servers first, and they're going to monitor it because that's going to be really meta changing if it does come live. You know, think about Cafe. Cafe is going to change dramatically in how it's played if that happens. So I'm interested to see how it goes. I'm not opposed to them trying like weird, crazy stuff like that when it's going on the test server first. I think that's a really smart way for the developers to test out that type of stuff.
Okay, and I mean, without question, the biggest thing that stuck out to me was that Hard Breach gadget. That's just going to completely change the game. Veli, what do you anticipate there?
I'm sorry, I was excited. You know what I was thinking about when you asked that question? I blanked out, Jackie. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I was thinking about the Thatcher nerf.
Yeah.
That's gonna be insane.
Yeah.
Rainbow Six isn't gonna be the same after this update. I love change. I'm ready for it.
Me too.
Well, what was the question you asked, though? I feel so rude.
I mean, the Thatcher nerf is also worth speaking about, but I was talking about specifically the Hard Breach gadget and just how you think that's going to change the game.
Oh yeah, like I said before, you know, no walls are safe. So the simple fact is we're all used to seeing Thermite, Habana, whatever, and you were locked down on those operators that didn't have a lot of utility like Thermite would, right? And he would just have a Claymore and just, you know, whatever. Now you can bring anybody, and you have way better operators with better global utilities such as Line and everyone else that could really open up walls now.
All right. We're really excited here, and I think y'all just heard Intero's voice.
Yes.
He's like, I'm ready to go. So let's just hand it over to our Kickstar and Intero and let them start casting this matchup. Map to everybody. So excited for it. All right, Kix and Intero, take it away, gentlemen.
Well, thank you very much. What a reveal that was. I saw right before we got in here, I think Wei had tweeted out, like, I dare somebody to compile all of the changes as best as they can in one tweet. And, well, I tried. Michael.
Did you try?
I tried. There was an attempt. If you want to put that one up yet again, when you did that in the past. But, boy, I don't know what I'm most excited for. I mean, the replay is probably the no-brainer. I don't know. What are you most excited for after that reveal?
What am I most excited for? That's difficult. Nothing in particular. I'd say that the patch as a whole looks like it's probably going to be one of the most significant quality of life updates we've ever had in Siege.
Absolutely.
That's my main takeaway. You know, got really, I think, vital things to any competitive game like color blindness options, the match replay system, the sensitivity sliders for each optic. And when you're introducing all these new magnifications to a game that's been in existence for so long with only 2 options, you know, 3 if you count Kali, or 4 actually, technically. I think that it's important that you have those sliders. So it's good to see that. I like the way that they're shifting the hard breach actually, and I'm surprised. When I first heard about what was going on with the hard breach, actually I had to process it for a long time before I actually came to terms with it. But the way that they're adding the drop-down reinforcements on the ceiling and then introducing more hard breach that they can change, by the way, you know, like if they want to give that gadget to someone else, they can do that. They can take it away. I think that that's going to make hard breach more dynamic, more interesting in the future, and less rigid.
I hope so. I mean, the changes to Thatcher are obviously huge as well. Now he disables gadgets instead of destroying them, so there's more consistency there. But that's enough from us. That's enough about Operation Shadow Legacy. We're not there yet because we got a match to play, and we're going to Oregon. DZ is 1 map away from being the major champions. Yes, I know. It's been a while since we've seen you. Cafe wrapped up about an hour ago or thereabouts. It was 7-4 in favor of Dark Zero. they'll ban Ash, targeting Merc, of all people. Let's get into it. Map number 3.
You know, Parker, I gotta say, and I know I don't want to linger too much on the update because we got a match right in front of us, but we're going to use this ban phase to talk about this. We're about to see this plus the, I guess, the European major are bound to be the last of this kind of Siege, because I will say that this update to Siege looks like it's going to completely change most things. And we're definitely in the middle of an era shift. So let's savor the sweet taste of this match as we can, and we'll get the most out of it. Hopefully, maybe we can get some more maps, but we'll see. Dark Zero looked pretty dominant in map number 1, and considering they're already up 2 maps with that 1 map advantage coming in from the upper bracket, this could be over quite quickly.
With the way that DZ has been playing this weekend, I wouldn't be surprised if it is, but I mean, I don't really want to get too ahead of ourselves here.
Of course not.
The vibe of that first map, and I don't know if you'd agree with me, I guess technically it's map 2, but the vibe of that cafe map, Michael, was it sure seemed like TSM after that first half was in the driver's seat. I am aware that it is it's a defender-sided map, yada yada yada. But after those 2 clutches that came out from Dark Zero, it certainly felt like the mood shifted. And with it, I mean, who knows? There's been a bit of a lengthy break right now, so any momentum that DZ might have had could have possibly cooled off. But for a team that is as methodical as they are, and as a team that is as cerebral as they are, I strongly believe that they took this downtime to prep for Oregon. And I think it's obviously going to benefit Dark Zero quite a lot.
10 seconds left before insertion.
We've been seeing at this tournament DZ in their stride. Now, there's a lot of speculation as to what that is or why it is. There's a lot of conversation, what changed for DZ. And again, for me, it seems like they just became more self-assured, more aware of their own capabilities, and more confident in the plays that they make, and it's working out great for them. They aren't shaking nearly as much as they normally do. We've seen DZ go down a few rounds and just completely fall asleep. Not so through this tournament. Whatever it is that's going on behind the scenes that's enabling them to play the way that they are, the only thing that you can hope for as a DZ fan is that they keep that up. Because we've seen amazing DZ before, and we've seen them falter off that, the top of that pedestal. So the consistency is going to be the main, I think, judgment here. And if DZ is given an opportunity to lock this finals out with this last map, if they take that, then we're going to have to wait an awful long time to see that kind of DZ again.
I agree. This is TSM's map. So we'll come on to Oregon now and see exactly how it shapes up. As, no surprise, it's a downstairs defense. Oregon still has that 1A, 1B style of bomb site defenses that you see. Some teams will go down to laundry, supply rooms. Some teams will decide to start up at the double dorms upstairs. They're both quite strong, and it depends on how you're going to play it. For Dark Zero, this is very much an intel denying style of lineup. The denial that's going to come out is going to be in the hands of Jaeger in terms of gadgetry, but the rest will be information that is withheld from the attackers, and that'll be Hyper, Mint, and Eclipse all working together as the trio of Mozzie, Mute, and Vigil will do an excellent amount of work at making sure that the drone work and the job of the droners is hindered as best as possible. And Mint will go sight unseen and take out Bolo, and now another 2 for Mint as he's inside a meeting hall by the sandbags. No sandbagging from DZ. He'll scoot off over towards the kitchen. 2 opening picks, and Mint manages to exchange 95 HP for 2 very important targets.
Yeah, that's your Thatcher and your Zofia, and Thatcher is still able to destroy those gadgets fully, so that's a pretty big pick there. I'm amazed that Mint was allowed to get that prone peek. He might even get a third as someone crosses right in front of him. He'll do, I think, some work there. Hard to tell, but he at least forces someone back. Or no, pardon me, that was a defender. I am delusional. TSM are fully focused right now on the bunker pillar take. This is not going to be easy to pull off. You've got Hot and Cold playing in a corner by Small. Good rotations, and hallway control is firmly in favor of DZ thanks to this shield. Small will get opened up. That forces the aggression out of Hot and Cold, and he dies to a nade from Achieve, who predicts that aggression correctly. Nade goes deep into the hallway, likely to get the shield, and it gets its second kill. Achieved on a roll here, but he's alone now, and DZ will clean things up. Dark Zero, a big first round on Oregon.
Good performance, as you expect from the defense on this map, and Pillars is a very strong position to hold. If you're going to stack up Wamais, or if you're going to stack up Jaeger devices over in that area, your utility dump from the attackers is going to have to be on point. Now, obviously, one of the most utility-heavy operators that you're going to see present from the attackers, Zofia, was killed very early, and then engagement that happened with Mint inside of Meeting. Doesn't really matter, though, because there wasn't a Wamai on the board. Like I said, the focus of Dark Zero on that round was to try and kill as much time and as much intel from TSM and force them to commit to fights where they don't know the positioning of their opponents. And it seemed to work quite well, especially when the final 20 seconds were on the clock and TSM got 2 picks. They equalized back to a 3v3, as you saw Bolo and Merc die earlier. They were avenged, largely because of the single play from Achieved, who went fishing with those frag grenades and was very good at that. But they didn't have any wherewithal in regards to the anchors, and that was very evident. So when TSM tried to push into the site, there was, with 30 seconds left, a bunch of noise being made as Eclipse created a rotate into laundry room from that from the closet. And I think that was a good call from Dark Zero. It allowed them a little bit more breathing room. They knew that they weren't going to get pushed from laundry stairs. They had to worry about the Pillars take, which is oh so common. They had to worry about maybe losing Pillbox. And it got opened up very late for TSM. And then TSM tried to take gunfights, but like I said, they had no intel. They had no idea. And Dark Zero, understanding where the push was coming from, they made the adjustments that they needed to fall back far enough so that their lines of sight were superior to those of TSM on the doorways that TSM was going to be coming through. And with that, round number 1 goes to Dark Zero. This is something a little strange, though. Dining hall and kitchen is oftentimes seen as the least played bomb site on Oregon, and yet it's going to be the scene for the second defense of Dark Zero. What do you think the thinking is behind this?
Well, they clearly have a pocket strategy for this. You can see their setup is a little bit different than you might expect. They're playing very far back. They're definitely focusing on control by lockers, which is normal. That part's normal. The rotations are the odd bits, what's open, what's closed. DZ has like a very specific setup here. That shield in the hallway is going to be super essential to the hold, in my opinion. Mint is able to support Hot and Cold a lot, and as such, Hot and Cold is able to hold the site. If this shield is dealt with, it's going to be very hard for DZ to hold on to this position. There's one ADS there, and obviously, since Hot and Cold is Wamai, he can throw his magnets into the hallway to support the shield. ADS clear successful in lockers, though. So the Wamai's magnets already being overwhelmed, and he's going to have to start throwing them inside of lockers. Wall gets opened up. This position is going to become much more difficult to hold in a second, but at least he's got the shield. Nitro goes out, and nobody there, but Mint, is he? He might have been able to get a pick there had he committed, but he doesn't fully commit, and he'll fall back to play it safe.
I think that was the right call for Mint. At best, he's going to get traded out because he's going to have the SMG-11 and get turned on from the 2 players from TSM just by the doorway. Speaking of getting turned on, Hot and Cold does from Bolo, who had been doing some drone work earlier. Geo falls, but Bolo's just going to charge right on in and manage to avoid the grenade that blows up right next to him. Geo finished off from Skies, and this angle being held from Bolo here will likely go without anybody on Dark Zero seeing. He finds one, but gets shut down immediately by Mint, still playing off of the shield over by Showers. A minute to go. 4 casualties so far, 2 apiece. Mint low on HP, and utility dump going on towards Mint's position. Pushed off of that deployable shield with a default camera still up. So that will be something that DZ will be able to be playing off of. Skies and Hot and Cold likely making the calls. But there's not going to be a ton of intel. Eclipse has Mint's back, but he gets taken out by Achieved as this is an aggressive play from the Sledge. The pace of this round just does not seem to abate whatsoever. It's down to a 2v2, but this mirror window will be a significant challenge that Hyper will be playing off of. TSM will have to wrestle with that. Down goes one of those Goyo shields in front of his very eyes. Eclipse retreating towards White Stairs, waiting for somebody to fall back, a couple shots in the leg. So it's going to be even more challenging for Hyper. He swings out and manages to get one. Pistol through the wall, and DZ cleans up. Hyper and Eclipse, they're in a 2v2, becomes a 2v0, and it's 2-0 for DZ.
Love it from both teams. Neither TSM nor DZ let go of that round. You can see there were many opportunities that weren't seized upon. There were many chances that were seized upon, and it was constant back and forth. The thing that you love to see the most. The thing that was most evident throughout, again, was the fact that TSM stayed fully engaged. They knew what they wanted to do, and they committed bodies, they committed lives to accomplishing their goal. DZ, same thing. And there was always another player, except for that very first engagement. The Wamai peeking over the shield, very dangerous. Nobody support him, nobody to get the refrag, and nobody even tried to. That ultimately was why Locker's control was lost so quickly on, or so early on. That could have been a little bit smoother for DZ, that's for sure. But they won in the end, and really that's all that matters. Hyper played a big role in that, if in nothing else, from the pressure that he was able to put out in the hallway. He prevented a push in the hall, which would have flanked the Mira inside of Kitchen. So that's a really important play there. Or not the Mira, rather, the Goyo. That's a really important play for the Jaeger in the hall. And Hyper, great job to him. He also managed to get the refrag on his teammate. Now, overall, a team effort for DZ. And some amazing play from both teams so far. It seems like the defense has just been able to edge out the attack every round though so far. We're only 2 in, and these have been close rounds, so there's time for that to change.
I do like that DZ got a semi-problematic bomb site out of the way though.
True.
We talked about it a little bit at the start of that round. How the Kitchen is. I guess it's called, I guess you'd be the Apex. Because you've got
basement.
meeting, and then you've also got that dining/mess hall, and then the kitchen bomb site is going to stay standard. You're going to play around it very differently, obviously, and the way that DZ tackled it was they didn't worry about any meeting takes, and TSM didn't bother for the meeting side of things. This will probably not be the case now. As we look towards round number 3, it's a defense upstairs of the double dorms, and this is nothing too surprising. Nitro Cell in. This is mint. This is a rough go, and he gets Chala. What a toss. Prepped and ready. And like that, 1 minute in, DZ finds themselves with the opening pick here on round number 3.
Okay, so once again, I want to bring up something that's been talked about, or that I talked about last time we saw DZ and TSM play. Nobody expects DZ to be aggro on defense, and they've been doing that this entire major. They take any kind of opportunity they can to get an early pick. They just go for it. Hyper's playing a trophy right now. People expect Hyper to be chilling in the site with the rest of his team, not to be extended into trophy. People don't expect anyone to push up to Attic to C4 that wall. Not on DZ. That C4 is a common C4. That is a very sensible and common C4 that we've seen a lot of. Yes, but you don't expect it out of DZ. And it's working so well for them that they're doing it. This C4 likely will land on the ceiling fan, I want to say. But the goal of that C4 is to kill the Thermite as he attempts to open up the master closet wall. We'll see if that works. But I think the intentions might be kind of clear here, and Gio's not going for it right now.
Stat that you'll see on your screen says, despite being behind in the match, TSM is winning the opening duel battles 7-6 thus far. They didn't this round. Bolo gets Hyper, so back to a 4v4 we go. Hyper taken out at the bottom of White Stairs. He's got Hot and Cold nearby, so DZ has not completely lost that control that they need when the push should happen. And Hot and Cold will also have a Nitro Cell in hand, so he's very ready. And you can see the entire roof above him / floor, whatever you want to call it, is very much like Swiss cheese. He's going to be able to play through it. I don't know if he gets caught. Oh, he sees Achieve, takes him out, but then refragged immediately by Bolo, who will now ascend the White Stairs, realizing that there isn't much time left to work with. He'll get smoked off and just push right in to the shotgun blast of Eclipse. And DZ, a flawless play off of the execute from TSM, reads them like a book. Dark Zero are up 3-0 here on Oregon. This might end up being much quicker than we'd expected, Michael.
This is a profoundly impressive performance from both squads, and I know that's deceptive. I know many are probably saying TSM throw or TSM sucks right now, or something along those lines, something to that same effect. But really, my main observation from TSM throughout these rounds has been they are not relenting. They are clearly identifying the problems and maneuvering their chess pieces to appropriately face those problems. For example, the roam downstairs. TSM knows they cannot push in when there are roamers downstairs because the C4s from below will be crippling and will pick off far too many players, and the actual engagements won't go their TSM's favor because they don't have enough manpower. TSM knows they can't open up the closet wall because they are aware of the C4 that's being ready to, or that is ready to be thrown by the mute in sight. They know they don't have time to dislodge the mute because there's only 40 seconds left in the round, so they decide to maneuver their attack completely. You know, TSM is adapting to Dark Zero every step of the way and almost making it work many of these times. But what you brought up earlier, and what I will reiterate now, is key here. TSM is adapting to Dark Zero. The way that Dark Zero is playing, where they put their best foot forward, where they take assertive control of everything that's happening, and they don't let their enemy have a word in, or get a word in edgewise. The way that is transpiring, it certainly seems like TSM isn't able to play their own game, and I think that they are feeling stifled.
Stifling is the word that was used earlier on Cafe, actually, to describe Dark Zero, and I think it's very apt here. So I'm glad that you used it as well, because it is. It's like this smothering, slow crushing, like a boa constrictor, just getting tighter and tighter as it seems to go on. Now, obviously, we can look like fools if things change very quickly, and they very well may. I mean, this is going to go to defense for TSM no matter what. Even if it's 6-0 for Dark Zero, TSM will at least have one opportunity to defend, and because of that, their likelihood of winning a round is going to soar. That's just the way that Oregon works. So I suspect that this match will tighten up as we go along, but for right now, Dark Zero has not really looked phased on most of those rounds. Laundry came a little bit close and then fell apart really quickly. The dining defense was largely a fight around kitchen, and now on round number 4, back down to Laundry supply room, you see TSM very narrowly escape a situation that could have been the death knell for this round, as Achieved gets away with 20 HP. But again, Dark Zero gives up nothing in that altercation.
Oh, he doesn't know how close he was. Mint could have actually gotten a pick there. And he's detected that there is someone in the main lobby. That's the, I believe, the Thatcher of Bolo. Yep. And he's going to be trying to hold split. As the Vigil, the drones won't be able to detect him, but the shots will give away his intentions. Clearly, Bolo heard that, and now Mint will be stuck in this corner, but he's content to wait, I'm sure. So he has no incentive to peek out of this, and he'll win the fight as Bolo peeks without his gun ADS. Not the second one, though. Chala will get the refrag. That's important. TSM keep themselves in this round, but that took 2 minutes to clear out those top 2 floors, and Dark Zero have got to be feeling mighty comfortable in their sight right now. With only a little bit of time left on the clock, all they need to do is wait. TSM trying to open up the drop downs to get some entry points, and will accomplish just that. Looks like it'll be a main lobby freezer take here for TSM, as they don't have time to clear up blue anymore.
And one thing that I want to note is that last time Achieved tried to throw those 2 nades in on a Laundry supply take, he wandered into the plume of smoke to do just that. With how low his HP is right now, he's not going to survive should that happen. And now Chala's going to be low on HP as well, as Eclipse tosses it up and then levels Merc, looking for another on the stairs as he gets flashed out from the hatch. This is going to be Eclipse right now, showing that the best defense is offense, apparently. Grenade goes down, shotgun out, and he'll be able to finish him off. And there you have it. The flurry of kills with 2 from Hot and Cold. GZ 4-0 on one of the most impressive showings we've seen from this team on a map so far this season.
Dark Zero is just playing so dynamically. That play inside a freezer, for example, what Eclipse just did, is just so uncommon. It's so certain, almost, and odd that it be that. The reason it's odd is 9 times out of 10, in competitive Siege, a mute playing in freezer, once the drop down gets opened, instead of trying to play off the operator's merits, that's the shotgun and the C4 that Eclipse had at his disposal, most players would simply retreat into the site and try to hold a freezer from deeper in sight, and don't let the attackers get through the freezer door. Shoot them if they get close to the breach that we made. And that's what I'd say 9 out of 10 times That's what I would see happen at this level. Eclipse instead, he throws a C4, which, you know, when you've only got a few seconds left in the round, that's, you know, that time that that Chala has to spend running away and then running back, that matters. That's significant. And then instead of falling back, after throwing the C4, he realizes, oh, you know what? I got a shotgun and 2 bottlenecks. If I play by the bottom of the staircase, I can force the close engage with anyone who challenges me. And with so little time, I can win this round for my team by simply staying alive at the bottom of the staircase. That on-the-fly thinking from Eclipse, that awareness of the situation, is 10 out of 10.
Eclipse has been around for so long, Michael, that we love to highlight how good he is at fragging and how good he is at just getting kills and all that, but his decision making is something that I think needs to be touted as well. And in this case, I mean, the SAS operators require a decently high level of game knowledge, but I mean, when you've got a shotgun that kills most things with 1 shot, and then an SMG-11 that you can use quite effectively at long range, providing you can control its recoil, you do need to juggle those different weapons and understand how that works. And I like that Eclipse didn't give up too much. Now, I think he did technically die at the end, but it didn't really matter because the round was over. So in that instance, the decision making from Eclipse was largely flawless. Now, this is really brazen. They walk right up to the mirror window, and I think they managed to get it off. There was an impact that seemed to get tossed out from Hot and Cold, but it misses. You should have clear entry to the B-bomb site now, and Skies will be the one to watch that cross with Hot and Cold a little bit deeper in the B-bomb site, and presumably has a rotate in a meeting as well, as we are now about halfway through round number 5, and it is a new bomb site from Dark Zero. It's going to be meeting instead of dining, but with kitchen being the same.
Well, they had other options here, but I like this. Now, that wall getting opened up by TSM was really big. I'm impressed by how they managed that. Chala's left alone here, which means that nobody is able to capitalize on that air jab detonating. The reason Chala is alone is because TSM have rotated for a tower take. They want to take tower and then pinch between it and cafeteria. Now, it's cool that the Nomad is the one alone because she's going to be able to control the entire area by herself with the air jabs. One of them being spent is costly, though. It's less that you have available. An aggressive play once again from Eclipse. Hyper will get a pick. Not sure where, but he manages it. Looks like that's the sledge. Gone. Big kill there. Now, DZ is still in a good spot to hold this out. They don't necessarily need to rush right now, but Skies gets aggressive by the B-bomb site and actually gets shut down thanks to the air jab catching him on the rotation. Chala pistol out. He needs to reload. C4 will miss. Chala's doing a great job of distracting his opponents and wasting their utility. Geo gets one on meeting as he tries to push it through the breach, and down goes Hyper as he gets too aggressive to Chala, who's still alive on that flank. Clips, beautiful shot onto tower. He's nullified that pressure. Shotgun out. He's going to win this fight. All but certainly. He'll finish off the Zofia, leaving Chala in a 1v1. Low HP and 3 kills in the round. Chala will be a hero if he wins this, but with only 4 seconds left, he has to plant, and he has to stick it. 000 and information. Mint can't lose it. Dark Zero will take the round, and they confidently put that one up on the score sheet.
I don't even really have the words for what we're seeing right now from Dark Zero versus TSM. It really does seem, I mean, yes, I always need to say, well, it's Oregon on defense and they're doing well. But goodness, it does not appear like TSM has showed up for this match today. They started out strong on Cafe. Did those 2 clutches break them? That's the question that I have right now, and I don't have an answer for it. It certainly seems like that. After Hot and Cold's clutch in round 7, TSM have not won a single round. Let that sink in.
That was a while ago too. That was
like over an hour and a half ago. Now, mind you, there was the reveal panel in between, but since round 6, their very final defense, and mind you, DZ has been on defense for all of those rounds since. TSM has yet to win a round on attack, period, in this matchup. And they have not now won a round in 10 rounds. 10 consecutive rounds without a victory for TSM. And TSM was leading, as I had also pointed out on that Cafe match, TSM was leading for most of Cafe until they weren't, frankly, and DZ equalized. I don't know what is going on with this TSM team right now. There is something the matter. And it's not just Dark Zero shutting them down. Yes, Dark Zero is playing a masterful game at the moment, and they are setting a tempo that TSM is unable to match at the moment. I don't think that's up for dispute, but at the same time, there is something wrong with TSM. They are just not showing up in the way that we had expected. They had a rough day yesterday. They have a rough day today. And this is something that smarter people are going to discuss. This game is not over. The series is not over. But it is getting to the point of no return for TSM, and that's when you need to start to worry.
I would make an argument. Oh, Hyper about to be in engagement, whether he knows it or not. Oh no, actually, they're not aware that he's in tower, I guess. But there is an opportunity for Jackal to get this easy free kill. And oh no, Hyper wins it. He shouldn't have, but he did. That is a big kill there for Hyper. We're in a situation right now where the precipice of match point, Hyper should be dead. T3 control should be in favor of TSM. One-man advantage. And they move on to the site execution. But now he's alive, got a kill to boot, and he's continuing to waste the time of TSM. They might have to try for a totally different area. He'll get a second on a different window. Another fight Hyper should have lost. These are disadvantageous fights for Hyper that he is winning right now. He'll hear people coming in below him, and Hyper knows he doesn't need to take that fight. Nades in the hands of Achieved. It's the impacts, though, that will land underneath Hyper from Zofia. Lots of damage done. Here comes the nade. They'll finally get him, but I gotta say, that's certainly worth it for Hyper.
So if you include Geo and Chala dying there, you used 1 frag grenade, 2 Zofia explosives, 1 Zofia concussion, 2 exothermic charges, and 2 smokes were all essentially lost just to get Hyper, plus 2 minutes of the clock. That is an absurd amount of utility that was wasted. Now, if TSM can pivot off of that, as they've done some damage to Mint earlier, they've done some damage to Skies. If they can pivot off of that, Michael, and manage to make an execute happen, that will be huge, but they will have to do so without the ability of a hard breacher. So you're going to have to just simply go for gunfights at this point. And given the HP of Mint and Skies, you're more likely to maybe win those, but you're going to have to wade into the Viper's nest in order to do that. Eclipse taking some damage on Repel, and DZ knows that they're somewhat pinned down. Perfect time for a toxic canister to go out, I suppose. There's still 2 more left from Skies to use. Frag grenade waiting for Achieved in a default spot, but it does not connect. There's nobody playing inside of kids' dorms, so Skies will hold off on this deployable shield. Merc is gone to a C4, and DZ's advantage continues to grow. Bolo and Achieved will now need to barrel into the bomb site with 5 seconds left, and Bolo's advance will come from Master over towards Trophy, making a bunch of noise. He swings and gets the kill onto Eclipse, but time runs out. It's a flawless half. 6-0, and we get the hot and clap on our screens. DZ, match point, major point.
Obviously, that round comes down to Hyper. Beautiful play for him inside a T3 of tower. He got way more than anyone has any right to do, or any right to get, I guess. It is unfathomable that Hyper is as successful in T3 as he just was. And yet, it's what happened. So, here we are. Now, one little tidbit, and I'm going to credit it to Jesse, as he's the one telling me in my ear right now. TSM has never lost Oregon since the rework. They're 4-0 on this map. Post-Oregon rework, of course. And, well, it looks like it's about to change. Looks like that's gonna be different. This is their map. They wanted to go here. They want to be here. And Dark Zero, on the first half, have absolutely clobbered TSM. And you guys, this is it. Dark Zero wins 1 more round over the next 6 rounds. And, oh, they're the North American Major Champions.
It's funny because the other day, Dark Zero tweeted out about how they're building their new compound in Vegas, and it's going to be one of the most ambitious esports compounds, period. and Canadian tweeted out something about them needing a trophy for the trophy room. Well, they are one round away from getting it. And I mean, technically, Dark Zero has never won a big series. Yes, this is a team that has been around for ages. Mint and Hot and Cold are two players, Michael, who have been in this scene for half a decade and have yet come up empty-handed so many times. It's wild to think about that DZ now stands about 2-ish minutes away from a glory that has eluded them for nearly 5 years.
Parker, you know what I think it is? You know what I think is making the major difference here for Dark Zero? What's allowing them to play this way? I think Dark Zero has shifted from relying on the merits of their plan to allowing the plan to further facilitate the merits of their players. That's what I think's going on here. Because Dark Zero are playing in such a way that, in my opinion, really shines a light on the talent, the skill that their individual players have. And
Michael, this was a team that squeaked into the major.
Yeah.
A single round against SQ could have meant DZ's absence in this event.
They've changed, clearly, Parker, because they've remained consistently as dominant as they're appearing to be right now through the entire playoffs. It's just been ridiculous. Now, it's not done yet. TSM could win this. It's 5v5 with a minute left on a basement defense Oregon. This is still very comebackable here for TSM. Defense Oregon, guys. This is a very defender-sided map, one of the most. So just keep that in your brain.
1 minute left for DZ to be able to pull this one off, and they're going to sit center stage for the remainder of these rounds, as the only way that they relinquish match point is through overtime. And the push from Dark Zero will come over towards Pillars. TSM has been somewhat shaken off of this position, and Geo will be the very first man to confront the angry rages of DZ. And it might end up being the Blitz of Mint, now positioned over by Blue. Time is going to continue to tick away here, and it will be TSM's greatest ally, as Dark Zero still on drone, still trying to get intel, achieved as well as Geo trying to swing, and it'll work out effectively. Achieved moves on up, he guns down Hyper. The big question mark is going to be this Blitz. There's one for Eclipse, shield knocked away, and it's a match for the ages. And continuing to swing is Geo, while the rest of DZ puts in work. There's Mint. He sees the Mira lined up, and he'll charge towards Merc. He knows that there's two in, and he goes for the flash. Merc completely blind. Mint is the last one down. It's Bolo against Hot and Cold and Eclipse. Gun out, he takes one down, shotgun, and he'll finish the round. Bolo keeps his team's chances alive. Relief for TSM. They win their first round in almost 2 entire maps worth of games played, Michael. This is crazy, but TSM is finally on the board. We'll head into round number 8.
Bolo, a profound breath of fresh air, a splash of cold water on a hot day for TSM. That was so close, too close, far too close. And yes, thank you, Bolo, for giving us more rounds to this fantastic match. But geez, did that still look pretty dominant for DZ. There were a couple moments of hesitation there for DZ before they went for the execute, and that ended up being to DZ's ultimate undoing. Mostly it comes down to, in my opinion, the blue pressure and the lack of information for Dark Zero. They weren't sure if there was a crossfire in blue, and thus they couldn't confidently tell Mint, okay, you can go for this play. Okay, you can push here, not worrying about the crossfire. Because remember, Blitz is great in a heads-up engagement. If you're taking a Blitz in one-on-one, charging right at your enemy, Blitz is fantastic for that. But you know what he's not great at? Walking into a crossfire in bunker or blue. So he hesitated. He needed information. They got the information, but it cost DZ 15 to 10 seconds. And those seconds ultimately allowed TSM the freedom to play safer in the site. Great job to TSM. Great job to Bolo for coming up huge for his team. Not only in that round, but look at the scoreboard right now in this whole map.
And somebody who is still, I think, relatively new, we would say,
oh, yeah,
to
certainly.
competitive play. I think it was Pengu who was actually complimenting Bolo and how he was able to thrive as a content creator and then stepping into the spotlight. And I think it's very fair to say that TSM doesn't make it to this matchup against Dark Zero without Bolo. And without Bolo is what TSM is going to have to play for the remainder of the 2 minutes and 30 seconds, as he's the opening pick. TSM, unfortunately, well, they're on a collision course and it's in the wrong way. Mint takes a little bit of damage. They're inside a small tower. This is a Dorm's defense from TSM, and DZ's assembled over by small tower, and will look to clear out anybody playing inside of the kitchen meeting hall area. We know that there's a couple there. Achieved is one of them. And you'll watch and wait to see what the anchors are capable of doing. Right now, it looks like Chala's the lone man sitting on site.
Ooh, impact behind Achieved and a stun to boot. You can see that Achieved is very trapped inside a kitchen. He might be able to get some frags, as he's not been collapsed upon just yet, but the awareness is in there for DZ. They know what they're dealing with. Oh, wait, have they veered off of the clear in kitchen? Did they not know where he was? It's possible. There is, of course, a Mute and a Mozzie in play. It's possible the drones did not get the full information. Nade goes out, so it's possible. I think DZ is aware. They just aren't confident in the clear. They don't want to take the fight too directly, it seems. So, still a chance for TSM as their roamers are persisting inside of security, but there is definitely a lot of manpower ready to take that fight. They got to be worried about Freezer, though, and that rotation actually was bad for Achieved because it means that DZ knows there was someone playing at top Freezer. No potential for a free pick there for the Jaeger, who was already positioned there.
Final minute of action between these two teams, and TSM has weathered this storm quite effectively. They take down Skies and put them back at an even man count as the sprint from DZ happens right in front of our eyes. Hyper falls, and Mint on 1 HP as he's inside a kid's dorms with Hibana in tow. Likely trying to protect, as Hot and Cold will need to go for the plant, but it's Hot and Cold all alone. 1v4, TSM, they fire back quite effectively, bearing 9 in hand, but only one will get taken down by Hot and Cold. The comeback beginning to happen in front of our eyes for TSM. They've got a long road to walk, but they're at least hoofing it for now. 2 in a row on defense for TSM.
There was a crucial moment in that round that was the, I think, catalyst to success for TSM. And that moment was where Dark Zero opted not to fully clear out downstairs. They could have probably pushed in between meeting and kitchen door, collapsed into kitchen, killed the Mozzie, the Vigil, and maybe, yeah, they maybe would have lost a player or two in that endeavor. But that would have given them a level of assurity when making the play into the site. The reason they needed to clear out below was a few things. It's the C4 from below, of course, but it's also that angle from below the big window in security that denies the vault in. Now, yeah, some attackers did get through that angle, despite TSM having control, but it put the Blitz on low HP, so he was not very malleable in future engagements. He died to a single bullet from the Vigil, and DZ started to fall like flies as soon as they decided to go for the site take, because they hadn't fully cleared out below. There were too many other angles to deal with, too many places where there was a TSM player putting in 1 bullet, 2 bullets on each of the players on DZ. Death by 1,000 cuts in the end, and TSM keep themselves just barely in it. It's just barely, though, really. Again, Dark Zero could at any moment lock this out. 4 more rounds for TSM before they get to that OT.
This is, I almost get the feeling that this isn't over anywhere near as soon as we think it's going to be.
I hope not. This is a really good match.
This is giving me that jittery feeling where it feels like TSM is going to go on just a miracle run right now. And we're going to say, no way. I don't think people understand the odds, though. DZ just won 6 rounds in a row, and they swept the half. That doesn't happen all that often.
No.
Oh my goodness! What? Oh. Hyper through the wall onto Merc, and he very narrowly could have gotten another as well onto Bolo, who gets out of there as he's going to be rubbing that lucky rabbit's foot. My goodness, the luck on Bolo. He's under fire now inside of dorms. The setup from TSM is going to have to only be half done. And finished off from the back now. Bolo's down as Dark Zero jumps out to a huge lead here. An answer back, though, from Achieved, but he's finished off. Dark Zero up 4v2. It's Chala and Geo just to try and hold this down on a meeting hall defense. This is not where you want to be if you are TSM. Still 1 minute and 40 seconds left, Michael.
This This is certainly favored to DZ, but we've seen heroics before. The one thing that is scary for TSM right now is that Mint is on Blitz. Mint has historically, I think, been, if not the best Blitz player in the world, one of, certainly. And it's really hard when you have low manpower to deal with the shield operator. Yes, they have the gas canisters on Chala, but that's just too situational. The lack of crossfires are going to give so much freedom to Mint. He will be able to force one of these engagements in all likelihood, and he should be able to lock this out almost by himself. And that's not even counting the overall man advantage right now. It's scary for Chala and Geo.
I've said weathered this storm, I think 3 times so far today. This is the storm before the storm at this point. No calm at all, especially not with DZ still having tons of firepower at their disposal. And trying to chip away at the advantage that they have with TSM, knowing how dire these circumstances are. The world around Chala literally collapsing as he might wander into Mint's open arms. He peeks around the doorway the wrong way. He's as good as dead. 25 HP is all he'll get away with, and he'll walk wounded for the remainder. But he's down. It's just Geo in a 1v4. This is the match on the line. This is the championship on the line. Can Geo pull off one of the greatest 1v4 clutches that we've ever seen? Good trigger discipline. He'll need to drop, and he does so. He sees the blitz drawing all of the fire away. Diffuser goes down successfully. The odds of him winning getting even harder. He's flashed, and Dark Zero turns the lights out on TSM as DZ are your North American major champions.
Massive win there for Dark Zero. Congratulations to them. An absolute trouncing. Not much competition put up there from TSM. And partially, sure, I think TSM had a rough match. Yeah, after those 2 clutches, they seemed to maybe fall asleep a little bit. But certainly, Dark Zero played a better game than we have ever seen from them before. That is peak DZ, and it is scary.
An investment pays off, Michael, and the patience and faith of a hungry organization, well, they get rewarded with a huge victory here. The best team in North America, and surely one of the best teams in the world. They have been since the Six Invitational. They have proven that that was not a one-off. That was no fluke. They're the best team in NA today, and they made mincemeat out of TSM. That was just an absolute wallop to TSM's confidence, to TSM as a squad, and Dark Zero has just stormed their way through this entire major after very narrowly making it in the first place. What a way to silence your critics. What a way to shut up the haters. And they did just that in very dominant fashion.
You know, we've always wondered when DZ was going to be able to solidify their confidence, and I think that victory and the title of North American Major Champions might just be the thing that does it.
That's it for us, though. Another major in the books. Michael, it is always a pleasure to be at your side, though this time we are a little bit farther apart than usual. We've got the analysts to go through the victory of Dark Zero and all of the major over the last 3 days, so we'll toss it over to them.
Aw, Kexon and Taro, fantastic job casting as always. Now we bring it back to the analyst desk, and dude, Dark Zero, I mean, I cannot right now.
Finally.
That was a blowout.
Finally.
Well done.
A blowout. Who is this? What is this team? Jesse, they're 100% deserving of this title. Like, I have nothing else to say. They have just came and conquered.
Dark Zero deserve it more than anybody else, no doubt about it. They clearly put their nose to the grindstone during that break between the qualifier and the major. You can tell they worked on so much new stuff, and they brought it all out here. Even in the grand finals, they had a ton of like really intricate strategies they had practiced time and time again. They executed them perfectly. Everybody says Dark Zero, they're inconsistent. They can choke. They don't do things that they should all the time. They don't follow their strategies when they need to. But today, this whole weekend, they were on fire. They were showing up. They were playing to their peak consistently, and you got to give them a ton of credit. I thought here on Oregon, you know, this is TSM's best map. This is a map they've never lost, ever. So for Dark Zero to come in and have a 6-0 half, only drop 2 rounds in the entire matchup, you saw so much new stuff. They played a lot of Mute Mozzie Vigil, which we didn't see defending on the basement. That meeting hole with all the rotations and the Goyo and the Mira, that was super interesting. There were some clutch plays at the end of that first half too, but really Dark Zero, well-earned, well-deserved victory.
All right, Veli, Dark Zero hype. I want to hear it from you.
Dark
Come
Zero,
on.
you want the hype?
Bring it.
Dark Zero, they're finally on top of NA, baby. It's about damn time. I've been waiting for this. Coming into this excuse me, coming into the qualifier to even get here. We're talking about a Dark Zero with what? A 40% success rate on defense? Unacceptable. The qualifier came. That 40-ish%, that low 40% turned into like a 48%. I don't remember the exact number, but it was like 46 or 48%. Now they're over 50%. They're getting better in every category known to man. Now, also, take a look at Hot and Cold, take a look at Eclipse. Yes, we talk about Hyper and Skies all damn day long, but those two in Skies stepped up. They deserve this win. It's big, it's major, and it's good to see Dark Zero finally just have all that hard work pay off at the end.
Dark Zero, how many people had this team at the bottom of the bracket? How many people literally built their bracket, Dark Zero lose the first game, second game they're out, they get last? Everybody had Dark Zero losing. This is not the favorites. This is a huge underdog story, and it just shows how much work they've put in. I mean, they silenced everybody this tournament.
Huge underdog story.
It's me, I'm everybody.
Huge underdog story, but I mean, to win in this fashion, I mean, y'all, this is the grand finals. I don't know what happened to TSM, and you know, Veli, you talked to Poja, man, and he said, like, we're gonna be awake today. Not the case. They looked dead asleep. I do not know what happened there.
I don't think they were awake, Jackie, and it was pretty unfortunate to see. I felt bad for Gio because Gio on Hard Breach is not able to make the plays that he's usually able to do. But also, Merc, he woke up around round number 6 when he got his first kill. That was just awful because they rely so much on Merc to be that solid entry fragger. Merc, the ball of fire, you know. Merc that gets the ace against Dark Zero when he comes back from a hiatus from Twitter, right? We didn't see that Merc. It was pretty disappointing, but just Dark Zero smothered those boys. But you know what? TSM, they're going to come back better than ever, I believe, and I can't wait for stage 2.
Yeah. I think it's like so disappointing for TSM too, because it's like they had the upper bracket game where they looked like Dark Zero got the best of them, and then mentally it slipped away from them. This time as well, they played well on Cafe, but Dark Zero still pulled out the win. They got the best of them. They come into this one. I thought Dark Zero played really good. They had some really good defensive strategies, but TSM still should have been able to like string together a couple of rounds, get the ball rolling, have a solid foundation to build off in the second half. They had some good rounds in the second half. I liked the strats that they brought out with their own Vigil and Mozzie combo that they were bringing, but obviously it wasn't enough.
So throughout the season with TSM, I felt like they had been a team that adapted well. They were very creative. We didn't see that. Why do you think that was, Veli?
I don't know. Maybe they were flustered. Maybe just
mental. Yeah.
Listen, when your back's against the wall and you're facing a DZ we ain't never seen before, you know, sometimes things that you prepped and planned before is gonna go the way you want it to be. Now, the thing about TSM, they didn't adapt well at all, and the most notable moment, Kix was calling it out when it happened. Hyper and P2. The fact that he was able to get the kills that he got and stalled out TSM, that was insane. There was no adaptation. It just seemed like one by one, they were trying to kill one of the best players in the game. That's not acceptable, and that can happen.
Yeah, and I thought there was a lot of like really good attempts at adaptation. You saw the meeting hold where TSM, they were pushing from dining the whole time, and they said halfway through, let's go to tower. They sent 3 people tower, and they start to push from tower. But it gets read by Dark Zero. They notice Charles alone. They go for the push onto him. It ends up losing, but they still deal a bunch of damage to the Nomad. Then Eclipse just holds down the fort, totally aware that he's being pushed by 3 players from Charlie, gets a bunch of those kills. And so even when TSM went for those adaptations, they tried to make things happen. They identified the hold from Dark Zero and tried to address it in a smarter way. Dark Zero had that counter adaptation to read what they were doing and shut it down.
I love. Sorry,
you know what the thing is about adaptation? I'm so sorry, Jackie. I apologize. The thing about adaptation, you know, maybe TSM were calling the right shots. Now could have worked against a Dark Zero that didn't play this weekend, but this Dark Zero, they were just so aggressive. So what usually works to when you adapt against Dark Zero probably didn't work because they were in your face at all times.
And I want to go off a point that both of you just made. Throughout this season, the two of you have been like, listen, Dark Zero's got a playbook. When things go off the rails, they go off the rails. Like, they cannot refocus. But Jesse and Veli, you both just said the counter adaptation. Like, where did they learn this? Where did this come from? Is it confidence, or how did they hammer this out? Because that was the problem with this team. It has been remedied.
Yeah, one of the most intelligent teams in the NA, and they finally, they learned how to put that to great use because the heavy criticism and the big losses that were easily avoidable by them, they learned from it. And that's why Mint wasn't happy in that interview with you at the end of the season because they knew what they needed to work on. Now, when one of the most intelligent teams, I'm going to say top 2 in all of NA, maybe the top 1.
Yeah.
The moment they put their brains to use along with their gunplay, that is just a deadly combination. That's what makes Space Station the best.
Yeah. I would say that they are top 1, just to clarify. They won the major. They've done it.
Tell them, Jesse.
They're the top team, and I think mentally that's got to be a big part of it. Their strats have been insane. I think it was so clear how much homework they did in this matchup. There was one play where they got aggressive on Vigil or on someone. They tossed the C4 right as the attic wall gets opened up, and Shala dies on the tower stairs. And it's like this was seen in previous matches. TSM, they open this wall. They have their thermite, open it, run out the window, and Shala's always sitting on those staircases. They knew it was going to happen because they watched TSM, because TSM's played this map a million times and they've always won it. But Dark Zero clearly did their homework when watching TSM on this map. That was really impressive from me.
And one thing that we've repeatedly said is that this team does their homework, that they prep, and they're so smart, right? I almost feel like at this tournament, at the NA Major, they got out of their own heads. They stopped overthinking and they had faith in their skill. And they were just reacting. I think maybe sometimes they were overthinking things, and finally we just saw them be like, dude, we're just gonna do. We're just gonna do our thing. Am I wrong?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. We saw it in the individual roams as well. We criticized it at first, but then once it started to work, we were like, okay, Dark Zero, they're letting off that heavy step-by-step playbook. And their playbook basically looks like, whatever happens, happens, but then we're going to frag out and then try to hold down the fort. And it was beautiful to see. Something I'm definitely not used to.
Yeah, and I wonder if, having that pressure sort of off of Hyper contributed to some of that. I felt like all the players were playing better. They were getting on that kill board more often. And because of it, their plays were more confident. They trusted each other more. It really did seem like that was a big motivational boost, that every single player could look back on their performance and say, yeah, I got kills here, there, and there, more than just contributing in a supportive role.
Okay, gentlemen, this is just coming into the studio now, and apparently Dark Zero is ready for the winner interview, so we're going to go and head over to them. Oh, the smiles! Yeah. Jesse, I totally feel your vibe right now, but ladies and gentlemen, we have our North American Major winner. It was a season of ups and downs. They fought through a grueling qualifier to get here. They finished 4th in stage 1, but they united and shocked teams and tore through them. I'm giving you a round of applause. Oh my, we got a little fireworks for y'all. Okay, Mint, talk to me, man. How does this feel? This has been such a journey. I cannot imagine the emotions y'all are feeling right now.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't even know all the emotions that we are feeling right now. And most of us are still so high on adrenaline. We're ready to play some more maps, and unfortunately we didn't get them. So I don't know how we're going to get all this Red Bull out of us, but honestly, feeling really great. That one was definitely all the fuel added to our fire from all the doubters, everything that was said about us. All the Pro League players, I think they're analysts and know anything about our team. It just helped fuel us for this.
And I want to give you all a proper introduction. Obviously, the man speaking here is Mint, but we got Skies, we got Hot and Cold, we got Hyper, and we got Eclipse. We got to talk about Eclipse a little bit here. I mean, obviously, y'all are a fantastic team, but man showed up today. I mean, did you guys, what was in that Red Bull today? What's going on with Eclipse there?
Honestly, never doubting Tyler. Once he has his gushers, he's good to go. But yeah, that definitely played a huge role for us. For the entire tournament. I think everyone pretty much actually did a really good job just stepping up big, giving Hyper a little bit of support, showing that we are more than just a one-man show, as everyone likes to call us. But yeah, no, great performances from everyone around.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the criticism. Let's talk about the haters. We had a video of TSM, and they're like, shut down Hyper. Shut down Hyper. That's all you need to do. And they said that you are not a team that adapts well. I mean, you just shut everybody up. Y'all just won the grand finals in a blowout. How does it feel to come this far? And talk to me about the improvements that y'all have made this season.
A lot of ups and downs this season. A lot of slumps that we thought we were in. A lot of like late nights of us being up super late, trying to figure out what is going on with our team and how to change it. I wish some of that stuff was recorded. Looking back on it now, but yeah, it's just when we finally figured out role changes. Obviously, we were the best attacking team in the league, and we were the worst defensive team in the league. So it was just pretty much a lot of talks about like how the heck do we fix our defense. We knew if we can get our defense up, that we would destroy everybody. And then obviously adding back a lot of thank you, adding back a lot of the attacking things that people used to fear from us. Running blitz that map felt really good to just run over TSM with that, and then just the aggression on our defense. But yeah, like I said, everyone that's doubted us, honestly, just gave us fuel to the fire. Like we just stayed up later, we worked harder, and that's why we're here, and that's why they're not. So.
Mint, last time I spoke with you, y'all had won the qualifier. I was very excited for you, and you literally had your head in your hands. Like, you were dejected, you were despondent. How does it feel to see the progress that y'all made in this 2 weeks? I mean, personally, I saw how much affected you. So, like, how does it feel now to be here?
Well, I mean, looking back at that, I mean, I don't know why I was so disappointed. Maybe Sonics really are the second best team in NA. They put up way more of a fight than SSG and TSM did this entire tournament. Maybe Ceph's onto something there, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, honestly, those 2 weeks really rough, but really proud of this team. I love this team. Everyone took that time to really like refine their craft. Everyone was just more focused. It's a complete turnaround from where we were 2 weeks ago.
This is a Dark Zero that we have never, ever seen before. Y'all looking fantastic. Last question. Anything you want to say to the boys behind you? Anything you want to say to the fans?
Anything you guys want to say?
Hand it over to Todoroki, hot and cold.
Hello.
Hi.
All I wanted to say is just good night.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you to all the fans and supporters. We worked hard for this and we earned it. I'll pass that to Tyler now.
Okay. Here we go, Eclipse. I can't wait to hear from him.
Paul streams at twitch.tv/hyperr6. Give him a follow.
Okay. And to wrap
Alex
this
doesn't want to.
Oh. Okay,
Alex
Alex
doesn't want to
talk. I think he's on his phone. He may be tweeting.
Yes, he appreciates all the fans. This honestly feels great, and yeah, just appreciate everything.
All right, gentlemen, go enjoy that victory. Huge congratulations. Let's bring it back to the analyst desk. I heard Veli giggling in the background. I knew he was just cracking up during that whole thing. But again, huge congratulations to Dark Zero, Grand Finals winner. Wow, that was fun. That was very fun.
That was a great interview.
Nice.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Mint talk like that ever. It was great. Like, he let it be known. That's why we're here. Other people aren't. Shout out to the haters, the doubters. I'm so happy for Dark Zero.
Also, I've never heard a Clips talk. That's what I was going to say. I've never heard a Clips talk, so I got super excited. And then he's just like, go follow Hyper. I was like, all right, I'm done here. I'm done here. Oh, my goodness. But
the Sonic shout out.
I know.
Oh
But,
God.
I did really want to ask him one more question, but we ran out of time. But, y'all, can we just talk about how good the NA is right now? I mean, this was such a shock. The major just like, who put TSM and Dark Zero for this grand finals? Who did that? I mean, like any team, there's just so much potential here. Talk to me about that, guys.
Yeah.
Jesse,
I mean,
is it a hot take if I say the top 5 in NA can compete with anybody around the world and possibly win?
Not at all. I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's absolutely correct. These teams are amazing, and North America seems like it's gonna seem egotistical to say this. North America seems like the best region in the world.
It is.
I love it. I love both of you saying that with confidence. Also, Sky's like tweeting. You know what I mean? I'm just like, he's like, I'm sorry, I don't have time for a winner's interview here. Like, I gotta like say thank you to the folks on Twitter. So yeah, here's a little heart sign. But anyway, gosh, we love those boys so much. They are fantastic. So many amazing plays that we saw today. So we do want to get into our Corsair play of the day. Any guesses? What do you guys think? What are you thinking?
I think I'm gonna guess Hyper's 1v3 clutch, defending reading in Cafe.
It's a good guess.
I thought about this during the interview.
Okay, let's roll the tape. And our Corsair play of the day is, I'm gonna give it a drum roll. Haven't ever done that, but yeah.
All right.
Oh, this is hot
this
and
was
cold
such a
1v3.
filthy play.
Yeah,
Hot and cold.
Yeah.
Yo, I want to say it. This is what I wanted to say actually before you threw it to this. And I'm so happy he got to play today. We talk a lot about Hyper. We talk a lot about Eclipse. We talk a lot about everybody. If I had to name an MVP, hot take, maybe, I'm going to say hot and cold. For someone in his role, in positions that he plays, the impact he had on rounds were just, like, it was just filthy. It was amazing. He shouldn't have had opportunities like that, but he made it happen.
That was a nuts play for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all of them played absolutely fantastic.
Lights out.
So, you know, really quickly, we do want to thank our sponsors. All of us, Jesse's got his laptop on the way, but very, very much loving.
Support the winner. Support the champs. They're Malibu. Listen, they won. They won, so we do this, Jackie.
I got the flip-flops on, so you know what? I'm right there with you. I'm like,
support the champs.
But yes, of course, Dark Zero, big thank you, big congratulations to them, big thank you to all of our sponsors, huge thank you, Jesse, Veli. I miss you guys. I mean, it's at least we can chat with each other. And Jess Brohart, amazing addition to the team. We love her to pieces. Our casters, Blue, Stokes, Kix, and Taro, my boys, love you to pieces. My crew, oh my God, you guys are fantastic. They're throwing their arms in the air. They are clapping. Woo! Yes, Veli, what's up?
Can I say one bit? I just want to give a shout out to the chat.
Of course.
We had a major that was online. And to all the viewers at home, trust me, this wouldn't be possible without you all and a production team. I know this has been weird. I know it's been a little bit crazy. Continue to support every single region that we have. The EU major is going to start soon, so make sure you catch that. And also, I just want you all to make a promise to me because I'm going to make the same promise to you all. When COVID is over and we're at our first major international LAN, everybody better go the hell off and make as much noise as possible. It's making an event that we will never forget, but I want to thank you all for tuning in still. We love you guys so much. You have no idea.
So much. Jesse, I got to let you sound off if we let Veli say his things. Like,
say your thing, Jesse.
I think the support this whole season has been amazing to all the players and to us as well on the desk. I think that the fans are always like the heart and soul of Rainbow Six, so to see them coming out, even in these really tough times, is amazing. Everybody, as Veli said, better get loud when we finally get our LANs back. You better hunt out Veli when you go to LAN and you give him a big kiss because he wants it. And he wants all the hugs and kisses from every single fan. So make sure you bombard him with those, please.
Except Chowder.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
How dare you? Oh my gosh, calling them out there. Also, again, I know we've been promoting the merch. We have some awesome merch from Ubisoft, and then Challenger League signups. Like, this could be a reality for you. Like, you see these pro players here, that could be you, y'all. So, all right, gentlemen, fantastic weekend. And just like they were saying, we love you all at home, like, so much. Like, you make us feel complete. You make this home for all of us. Like, I'm getting low-key a little bit emotional here. So we love you all.
Don't cry,
I'm not
Jackie.
gonna cry, but we love you all so much, and thank you so much for joining us for the North American Major. We will see you soon. Stage 2, just around the corner. All right. Love you all. Have a wonderful day, evening.